𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧. And unlike the previous Vajrayana conferences, this time we have some little bit of a turnaround where we will be entering into deeper discussions later on after relaxing our mind, cooling down our mind, calming down our mind, led by our most venerable Dorje Lopen here with the meditative session. So may I seek this opportunity to introduce the most venerable Dorje Lopen, 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧. And he is a master, a highly accomplished Buddhist master. He has mastered in almost all the Buddhist schools that we can ever name of. You just keep starting the names, calling the names of different schools of Buddhism. Each one of them, he has an answer for them. And most importantly, here in Bhutan, the teaching of Dzogchen, which is very popular in the Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism, he has actually received not only the teachings, he has mastered them and then practiced and accomplished everything that is taught in Dzogchen teachings. So he is already a very young and highly accomplished Venerable Lama here. And then after following so many important masters, especially His Eminence 𝐁𝐡 𝐿𝐴, he has guided him personally over many years through rigorous years of meditation. And he has mastered the Mahamudra practice, including the 6 Naropa practices, and so on. So he is already a very highly respected and accomplished master of Kagyu tradition as well. And then we have, there are other 2 schools in the name of Sakya tradition and then Gelug tradition. He has also mastered them, such as the 5 stages of the peaceful completion and the 6 yogas and the Lamrim practices. So at such an extraordinary, at such a young age, most Venerable Lama has met a very highly accomplishment in such a way that he is also, actually why he is very accomplished, I personally feel he has some kind of a genetical structure in him. He hails from one of the very important lineages of the Sakya tradition, Nyo lineage. One of the Sakya tradition, founders of Sakya, they actually in the 14th, 15th century came to Bhutan and settled here and then started teaching the teachings of Buddhism in many ways. So this lineage is still existent today. And he is one of the living scholar, living lineage holder as well. And he has been guiding so many retreat centers until now. And under him, several hundreds of, both genders are actually going through very serious meditation practices. So without taking too much of time for our most venerable, I now invite respectfully our venerable to be on stage and guide us.
Tashidile Tadaringagi Nale Gomjabnigi Manale to Lunda Dewa Wigi Gomgikoli Tumdachi Shunivi Sishudor the Yangachi Sangagilulu the Sanga Ningma the Sarmasi Niumi Nisharada Jewayumi Tengachi Lungi Togalo to Gomjabni Migikoli the Gole Tumdachi Shugi Sishudor.
Tashi Dele. Today, I am going to share how to meditate based on the breathing. And we have generally two types of tradition, the older tradition and the newer tradition. But what is common is actually the breathing. So based on this, I would like to share how to carry on our meditative practices.
다 룽곰니 마마 슈이 해말로 룽기 골레 둠라 지슈와진 당아치 상하기 나로 상하 라나미비기로 상하 라나미비기 귀디수나로 상기 좀 된디기 마치라루 유비기 들레 류레 류가 이 숨네 뛴디베 상기니기 탑람디 마다 뛰노옴달로 들레 탑람디 니베 기림다 조그림세 니베 다 기림세미들 하고 옵니다. 조그림세미디 다 상기기 싸고기 이시디 같이 가디베 다 동윤도 주니나 때 가디베 같이 디기 토할로 샤니나 아니 니베 뛰노세.
So as I would like to guide you to the meditation, before that I would like to give a little bit of introduction about what is actually meant by breathing or a wind, we could call it. So, as Buddha gave the teachings, he gave teachings in many ways, and particularly we have one section called as the unsurpassable Tantra tradition. And based on this, it talks about two stages. The first stage is called creation stage, where you are actually introduced and advised how to visualize the deities. And then the second stage is called the completion stage, in which actually the Buddha teaches us how to actualize the inborn or insight or the wisdom of the Buddhas through this completion stage practices.
단니바 조그림기 이시디 곰달로 다 짤룽기 틀레베 곰민들로 천지 조그림스 레짤룽 메바베 곰민들로 천메 조그림스 니입달로 다 드링아치 곰니디 룽다 제와 윤미비니디 디 천지 조그림스미디.
So even for the now as regards to the completion stage practices, there are also two types of stages within this. And the first category is actually the practice oriented or based on the breathing exercise and also the channel systems of our body. We have this kind of a completion stage, which is actually called as what we call the meditative practice, completion stage of with characteristics. Is it okay? Did I get that right? So please help me with this term as well. And then second part is you will be normally practicing without, engaging or employing our bodily nervous system and the physical application of the practice. So that is called the characterless kind of a completion stage. So today, as I'm going to be presenting related to the wind, so I will talk the first part with the character one, the completion stage with characters.
다 천지 조그림 룽디 곰달로 다 좀딘디기 가지라로 다 룽가 알아 주다 두어진 디 주탐 디 주탐디로 저위 룽가다 옛나기 룽가세 주탐입달로 다 저위 룽가스미디 당부 다 찹지기 룽스미디 가지기 주가 알아로 찹디비스 룽디 다 아니 룽디 남텐조 모서들로 땡가지 시우다 바텐주이세.
So when we now focus on the first part of the completion stage with characters, it's actually we have to now focus on to the different types of wind that flows through our circulates through our nervous system, and there are at least 10 of them, the 10 primary winds, and they are actually the 10 primary winds includes the branch 5 winds and the root 5 winds. So totally there are 10 of them. And one of them is actually called all-pervasive wind. And all-pervasive wind actually resides within us until now. And then the day we die, this actually escapes from our body.
저위 룽하기 니범디들이 긴주기 룽실라비스다 긴주기 룽시미디 마치기 꿰임레베데 마 동의협기 반할로 야주 마주 잡이시 다 거기 라디 그 집에 오면서도 나 야당 같이 롤랍달로 로디스 야다 튠수 들린 마다보들로 마치기 제디스 자우들로 제디스 마다 텐 마다 퓨다미디 마치라기 심기 마다 제 마다 퓨지 제 코라 마다 주니 아니 마다 퓨미디 룽디 다 아니 룽디로 겐주기 룽실라비시.
So one of the other types of wind is called ascending wind. And ascending, the function of this ascending wind is actually, as we eat food or swallow, it helps the food or things to get inside and go down and up, even go up and down. So it creates this up-down moment. And that function is actually caused by this ascending wind of the body.
다짜위 룽하기 룽 숨바디 속진기 룽실라비스 다 속진기 룽심이디 조가 지기 두히나 되심래 데 두히나로 파지수주 접대 아닌가 지기 소심이디 다 넘바산지비 룰루보들로 마신이기 니버지비스 다 아니 마시워디니 니버디 다 아니 zu밀룽딜로 데 속진기 룽실라비스.
So the third one is actually the wind that holds our life force, and it actually abides within the heart. And then what it does is actually the function of this particular life force holding wind is to ensure that as we are surviving, we have some sort of energy that could keep us alive. So what is actually keeping us alive is actually done by this is the function of this life force holding wind.
달룽 시범디 미념기 룽생하지 마 떼월로 되비시대 아니 포나로 떼월로 되비 미념기 룽디기 마줄로 주이디 수진 달랭아 지기 제디수 마다 자우달로 가라 바 찹사베 때 아니 주다미디 가라 아니 미념기 룽디기 니버인시대 아니 딜룽 시범디.
The fourth wind is actually is called should be called something like menyam gilung, fire. What you call the wind that prevents from declination or something like that. Is it right? Menyam. Nyam machumidi. So equanimity, equality. So please forgive me with the terms. So the fourth wind is actually that resides within the navel chakra, and this wind is actually called as the wind that actually maintains the equality or maintains the equilibrium of the body. So this one is actually that which we actually consume, the food and everything. It is actually helps us to digest, and then food is actually passed through as a feces. So this is the kind of action or a function is performed by this kind of a wind, the fourth one.
저위 룽아버디 투르셀기 룽세다 투르세기 룽심이디 같이 찹사기 뒤기 럼닐에 바다 수주잡이시고 대 아니 찹사기 뒤니 바다 땅 수다 텐비미디 가라 코인시데 아니 룽같이 오글룽세데 투르세기 룽셀라비시. So
and then the fifth one is the descending wind, or we can also call it as a woklung, means the air that flows through the lower orifice. And this is actually something that helps us to excrete the impurities of the body.
다짜위 룽아 아니다 지갈로 옛날기 룽아디 델레nga 지기 미투 남주 하바카 델레 주 아닌간로 옴부 공알로 주미기 룽 아니 룽아디 델레 아니 옴봉알로 주미기 룽압디기 데 미투리 주미 룽디기 바 주토니 남줄리 주미 룽디기 자고니 디즈메 하팔리 주미 룽디기 디소니 데 칼리 주미기 룽디기 조소니 류기 룽디기 렉자소니 비미디 데 아니다 둘룽기 갑로 아니 옛날기 룽압디기 아닌가 소이 옴부 공알기 룽.
So now these 5 subsidiary winds are actually that passes through our 5 faculties. For example, why you can see is because of the wind of the eyes, wind of the ears, and then the 5 faculties. They actually enable us to contact the objects. For example, when we can feel the touch. This is because of the wind of the touch that enables us to feel the object.
아니 저위 룽아다 인라기 룽아디 수다 두어진 땡아치기 땡기 속들기 룽세 하바 일리 주민들로 찔룽세 일리 주민들로 속룽세 데 아닌 일로 두이세.
So all these five winds, if you condense them, it could be condensed under two categories. The one that flows through the right nostril and the one that flows through the left nostril.
아니 룽 주시기 딜레 사고디 그치나리 주모서 어제다 같이 추주들이 빠야브좀디 땡아치기 류나로 같이기 주구다 아마 줍달로 때짜 우마세 바나기 짜디 줍 데디기튼 시다디 짜 일로 로마 인로 장마세니 줍달로 데 아니 로장기 룽세 짜 하바 일레 주민들로 로마기 룽세베 인레 유미짜 충구디들레 장마기 룽세 데 아니니나로 데 아니 룽닙디 주비에시 주기나로 줍달로.
So this, the circulation of these two types of winds actually occurs because the moment we are born and then as we develop this kind of a biological body, there are actually three types of channel systems. The one that is on the right called as Roma, the one it is in the center as Uma, the central channel, and then the one in the left as Changma. So these three central channels are actually especially the one on the sides, the one that is on the right and it's on the left of the central channel. Through these two channels, actually we circulate this kind of two types of wind.
다니 베니디기 같이기 또 룽기 토갈로 공급달로 때 룽디 짠날레 주니디기 때 같이기 짜디 창샤고데 같이 잡베데 상기기 규디디 순날로 순디유스 다니 벤디기 상기기 규디디 순날로 류장베 짜장베 룽장베 심진세 아니베 순디유스.
So because of this, the air circulation that circulates through our nervous system, especially these two channels, so it is very important for us to maintain a proper posture. And then hence the Buddha also taught through his tantric teachings that if your body posture is straight, then the channel systems also get straightened. And as the channel systems are straightened, then the wind that circulates through, it also smoothly passes through and gets straight. And if the circulation of this wind system circulates through our channel systems properly, efficiently, in a straight way, then our mind becomes straight as well.
다니디 같이 룽곰달로데 룽곰비기 줌세신이들로 로지도르디치 인세 바귤레티미 귤리송수비 다 검정 오만디 같이 검니베오달로 데 류네 룽네 믹비네스 네숨 땡같이 지가 찬주고 다니베오달로 당불 류네스미디 땡같이 류디마 심길 세당가 날레마 뚠평데 아니베도 류디 심길베드니 델레 나기니디 델레 땡아 무라치세 델레 로가네 해몰라바테 쿠심지드니 델레 심 믹비니디 델레 아니 심기 노성 땅탕디 데 아니 바미 보금동주 데 아니 마림바베 슈기에세.
So now what I have presented until now is to give you a background about what is it all about, this nervous system and wind systems and that which circulates through our body, because it has been taught in the Buddha's teachings itself. And having guided you all through this, the background of this nervous system and the breathing system, now it is to apply them into practice. As we put them into practice, we have to take care of three essential parts. That is the key part of the body, then key part of the speech, key part of the mind. And key part of the body is basically you will have to sit down in a Vajra cross-leg posture and so on. Then the speech, key part of the speech is to stay silent without speaking, uttering any word. And in the mind, you will have to visualize and maintain into the state of equanimity.
다 당보 류니디 같이 심길세우들로데 아나 심길들로 서주기 심비 기중다 들렌데 서주집이 상기기서기 심비 기중다 디즘베라 마다서든기 심비 기중세 데 아니 심길 모도 레셔 순디 데 아니기 날레다도 서주다 서주집은 이처라기 기중 존주베 샤미 심길베 샤미 데 같이 우젠리 무시디수 슈도 좀베 데감 입치갈레베 음디기 나날레베 데 아니 심기 샤미디 인세.
So the body posture is actually called 𝐶𝐻𝐻. 𝐶𝐻𝐻, I think it's the posture of the bodhisattvas, and how the bodhisattva sits in cross-legged posture. And even for this also, there are different styles of sitting posture. And like there are sitting posture of an ordinary practitioner. There is a sitting style of a more advanced practitioner. And then there is a sitting style of the bodhisattvas. And also on the bodhisattvas, there are different levels of realization. And particularly what I would like to share right now is the posture of the bodhisattvas that are on the 10th ground and on the 11th ground. And as for the example, you could just look into the Guru Padmasambhava's pose, the way he sits down. His right leg is spread out, and where his left leg is bent inward. That one is actually called as the kind of a recommended body posture here.
다니 심길디 잡달로 뚱아기 날랭고 마비 뜸버진 마치 감 입디 바치가 아니베샤 디기 띵시다디 나나기 임디아니
So please follow this demonstration.
이다 임디 자창디 비심레보 마치 산니 춘줄로 아니베 창디 샤오스 다니루 심길셀라비스 다니 마치 비무닙디 바사갈로 가임비리 텔레감 감다 산니 숨디 찌창베샤 샵들로 아니 갑로 마치 노섬당업디 다 치가기디 마치 상기 쭈꾸기 고방 톱니기 된루인스 디기 나나기디 상기 롱구기 고방 디기 바사나 산니디 마치 추기 잉시샤비 때 아니 빈디기 상기 쭈꾸기 고방 톱니기 때 아니 구숨민도 주르기 다 순로 때 상기디 수기 아니베 심길 아니 슈미디 된다디 때 아니 빈디 또 마치기 류 아니베샤 때 아니기 고방 톱니시 노섬당고스.
So as the most venerable is demonstrating, so the sitting posture, this is actually very significant posture. The right leg is actually spread out, and then the left leg, which is actually bent inward, the toe of the toes of the left leg must be aligned at the heel of the right leg. And then the heel of the left leg, which is inward, should be aligned with our what you call private part or private place, we could say that. And this one, especially, please don't get me wrong with that. And especially the right leg, which is placed outwardly, this represents the attainment of the Nirmanakaya. And then the left leg, which is placed inside, represents the Sambhogakaya. And then the ankle or heel being placed at the body side, at the lower abdomen, and this represents our sphere of reality. So that represents the Dharmakaya. So this is a posture which represents that you are actually mastering or achieving the three kayas just by a sitting posture. And this is how you need to actually imagine even now, right now. Although you may not be able to get into that state of three kayas right away, just as you see it, you should be able to visualize that may I, or even make an aspiration that may I attain these three kayas.
다니 이튼시다디 같이 랍기 류기니기 날이 랍기 찾아디 때 랍기 찾아디 보달로 같이 다지 슈미기 아니 속줄기 룽입디 같이 류기 나나지 치가 튼 보달로 다니 짜디 순날로 줍달로 다니 같이 신랄리 아니 신라실라비 때 아니 신라기 짠을로 주위갑로 때 같이랄로 바 같이 조남디수 주 들레데 같이 미마인디수 네멜로 제기 네멜로 갭신디 주멜로 세미디수 가라 아니 짠을리 룽줍달로 때 뉴니 튀미시 상기기 아니 수미시 다 아니 빈디 다동 같이 곰잡이갑로 아니 버심 미트니 치들로 때 아니 대봉디기 아니 신라기 라토디 앱고스 대봉니 차라기.
So after the leg posture has been explained, now this is the hand gesture or hand posture. You are supposed to place your thumb at the base of the right hand's ring finger. And basically, as we practice the Dharma, we tend to suffer many physical difficulties, sickness, and so on. And this is actually taught in the teachings that it is caused by some kind of a obstacle-making spirits and all like that. And then that, like obstacle-making spirits, can actually enter into our body through this right ring finger. And in order to ensure that their entry is blocked, so a meditator is always going to press this base of the right ring finger. Right ring finger. Am I right? As I'm doing here, please don't get confused with the left. Right ring finger.
아날랭아 지기 룽 바다담 달룽곰니 오마디 배우달루 데 당보 하번니나레 룽 슈에 바다다니 델렌 아날레 바다 가림지 입수수 지가다 입자고서 아니 입자미들로 치르진생아 지기 룽파 입자비스 다 아니 파 입마수업 지갈레 델레 룽골레베 나나텐 데 나나템 지가 지기 마 포기 올로 땅 곳 다 아니 포기 올로 가림지 강수습 강베샤 자 하나래 록담대로 두루골에 베 마음 입마 숲지 골에 베 파땅 아니 쳤지 또 두루파다 입 거dim지 입 수수자 두루파 입마 숲골에 들레 하나래 어찌지 슈 랑기 고우집에 들레 슈 딩부 집에 하나나 된 두루마 주 거dim지 입 수수 입자 두루 입마 숲지 들레 딩부 집에 파땅 니 다음 파 거dim지 입 수수 입자 두루 입마 숲지 들레 슈베 나나텐 델레마 띵하지마 포춤나를 주마 에비자 두루마 숲지 슈베 받아 땅에 다 아니 숨딜로 데 포모 머닝길룽 세텔렌 점룽 벌룽 덕룽 세 아네빌라비스
So now with this hand gesture, it is time for exhaling and inhaling. So as you are going to inhale or exhale? I just got confused. So sorry, I just got confused. If as a translator gets confused, of course the audience will be. So it is my first, privilege and priority that I get it correct. So it is like, first of all, it is exhaling. As you exhale, you have to let through the nostril that breathe out. As you breathe out, just breathe out and then try to hold that as much as you can. Just hold that. And then as you cannot hold it anymore, just gently inhale. So this is one round. And then the second round, you can just repeat the same cycle. But here is actually as you bring in. Now it is, earlier it was exhaling. Now it is inhaling. You inhale, bring in through the nostrils, and then put this air at your stomach and press it down and hold it there as far as possible. And then you can do that, and the moment you cannot bear it anymore, just let it off gently. So this is second round. And then again, go to the lungdi 파칠 아니 치카사치 땅 때 나나자미 아니 니돔도 찍지나 아니 좀 so the one cycle is like, let me repeat again for the sake of clarity. First cycle is you exhale and hold it there as much as possible, and then gently let it off, and then there actually you are inhaling that time, and then hold that breath as far as possible. Then as you are holding the breath, it is time for you to let it off gently. So past two set is called number one. And then second one, you again exhale. And as you exhale, you can exhale with a little bit of a sound that you could hear. It doesn't have to be, others have to hear that you could barely hear. At that level, you just breathe out. And in a similar way, just return that and then hold it inside. That second one should be a little bit stronger than the first one. So that is the second cycle. And in the third cycle, you exhale again, do the same thing, repeat the same process, and inhale, and then repeat the same process. But as you inhale that time now, you got to do little stronger, much stronger than the other two. And then you hold as far as possible, you normally hold it under the belly button. And then having done that, you could no longer breathe this out, hold it, and you exhale a little harshly, more loudly. And these three sounds, style of breathing is actually called as you could even call it the soft way of breathing, then the moderate way of breathing, and the harsh way of breathing.
다 날랭아 지기 랍디다 지도면 안에 입심리 땡아지 아니 즈무다 튜중님데 안에 받았던 곳. 다 아니 같이 바산지기 귀나로 도르지 쿠르수 지템비 쿠르수세 쿠르수 레샤지 숨비기 날라 아니 도르지 쿠르수세 다 아니 탑다 시럽 니수메 바베 또니 질로 도르지 소메 다 아니 주니기 다스니시 다 아니 도르지 쿠르수디 조심레 랍니 시라마 뿌모기 투갈로 띵티기 아니 기미들로 데 르네세 텔라비세 텔렌 다도 야레망아 질룽 바비니 룽 포모 만닝기 룽 숨베 곰탄라미들로
I have forgotten one more. The most venerable mentioned that these three stages of breathing is actually called as female breathing, male breathing, and agender breathing, or like yes. So this is the also way of calling this way of breathing. And now it's time for you to make your hand like this, and then as you did in the first part, press this ring finger base, and then pull this into the center. And again, these two must, the index finger and the ring finger must be actually bent like this. So this kind of a gesture is actually sometimes called as a mundane fist, or sometimes it is also called as Vajra. In the transcendental sense, supermundane sense, it is called as Dorji Kutsur, or the Vajra fist. So you have to make this, and then place it on your right knee, with all the leg posture, hand, everything, and then. So the leg posture. This is not just with one hand. You have to do with the two hands as well. What you have to do. Left hand also.
다 하나리 니디 조베 다니 숨바디 믹비니디 다 하니 믹비니디 마바미 보검탄 레시 순디 디보돌로 디수 가랑 같이 베미수 같이 구당바 배워진 다 하니 보돌로 두디 배워진 같이 믹비니디 당불룽기 믹바스미디 같이 아니 심디 룽다 심니 소수미 시노 심레 디 룽나다 템다 치가조다 아니루 마잉바 자니치 데니바디 미키네실라비 데 아니 심기니라이 미투 따우달로 같이 바 미투 찔루 따심레 다 날레냐 신강한데 지기 사고기 똥날로 따심네 안으로 믹마주로 하고스 다 믹당 시바디 주로진 달랭아 찔룽기인데 게미소스 다 미투 마주아베 자와진 땡아치 바속신기 퇴길기 qablu 시비기 다 아니 낭와시기 들레데 냠낭디수에 안알로 테니 사람에게 딱주디수에 안알로 샹오스 들레 nga치기나 셈룽셈 이르미 이스위기 노디 다 아니 딜루 데 짐바가네 메바베 아니비 주바진 때 아니긴 같이 책취다 들레 차제 신복이 똑바 때 아닌 같이 바 우미기 따왔으면 수 가라 아니기 깨팅오세 아니 벤디기다 믹비기니 qablu 카체타 닙디 셈달룽 소수미 시심레 아니루 심바다 짐바가네 마키와베 곰니치다 미투바 아니 냐신강 안데줄 따심레 아니루 마주아베 따되고 아니니 카체타니스.
Now the third part of the third part is actually how you place your mind. And as for this, when you are already, as you have already assumed this kind of a posture, and now it is to look into your mind. As you do that, now the key part of the mind placement is here, that you must think you are breathing, and then your mind is indivisible. That is actually, you could look into yourself and then focus on that. And if you tend to think they're separate entities, then you are now again going to the wrong way. So make sure your mind and the breathing is actually, channelized as one entity, and focus on that. So this is one way to do that. And another way to do that is actually, you have to stare about yoke length. Yoke length would be about 3 meters, I guess, maybe 2.5 meters. So just focus that much. You just keep staring that object. And as you stare at that object, that is called as the object of the eye. The eye object, as you stare at it, ensure that that object and your mind are actually indivisible. And you must focus on that. If you actually just tend to think that object is separate from your mind, then again you are going the wrong way. So you should ensure that you maintain that intense focus, that the object of the eye and your mind is indivisible. And if you are quite established in this practice, then the Dzogchen realizations, like the 4 visions of Dzogchen traditions, or the 10 visions that is taught in the new Tantras, and Mahamudra practice, and then the Madhyamaka, great Madhyamaka realization, and all occurs through this. So that is why this, of all the positions, this mental positioning is so important.
다 날리 같이 곰니기 림마데 아님지 베비십니다. 라린 고마데 같이 지갑에 희망하기 사지마다 곰 들랭 같이 지갑에 사지 땅에 때 아날리들랑 소수기 되버다지 더불어 곰니 아니베 네가 마다 사지 뜬게시.
So now I will demonstrate this, having presented to you all the background and the positioning, the whole key instructions having shared to you all, I will demonstrate this. And you can actually follow after this. And this, you just get yourself used to it now, and you can carry on as your lifelong practice here henceforth.
아니 룽 바다 담들로 다지 질리스노 아니 룽 바다 슈 담들로 같이 랍이 아니 이미디 바다 안에 왜 찾아 바다 땅고스 들리 룽 수다 템들로 안에 왜 수도 굽디베 룩나 앱디베 아니 자니 들리스노스.
Again, one more forgot to mention earlier is, as you are exhaling, you are earlier holding this, your gesture, hand gesture is like this. As you are exhaling, just let it go like this. And then as you inhale, bring it back. Press your, like this, and then make this gesture. That is inhaling, exhaling. This one, please keep it in the mind.
다니다도 통수집에 고마지 아니빈스 다니 곰탕디다 다지 공리 슈미기 믹바디수다 딜리니디수 아니베자 다니 박가림지 치가 윤림 샤투수자 나나가림지 윤림 샤투수자 배워진 다니리딘디 윤딘기디베 대야상기 고마유 톱니메스.
Right now, the length of holding this breath was quite short. You should do as much as you could. And this is some kind of a key positioning of your own body. And if you rely on this, you will get to realize the greater qualities and often the greater qualities of the wind exercise. And through this, we can actually achieve enlightenment, the Buddhahood.
다 아니기 룽아네베 곰바진데 평유가 되베 모스와진 다 상기기 담보라 들랭아지 룽기 카도진바세 따브라 아니 룽 곰되바진 아니 룽기 카도에 돈이 있으가지 룽 아니 날레 룽아유 아니디 식바심미기 룽세 중앙하기 룽셀라비 다 아니 디수기 카도 값세 마압디수 돈이 델레 디기tun시다데 짜지 곰마지디 링퉁진바세 룽 가dim지 링투 바치가 줘도 나나 가dim지지도 아니 디수시 딜레 짜직디 곰바진 델레 룽기 톱진바세 델lunga 가dim지 나나샤스스로 샤수 파타치가 가dim지 에브로 앱수 아님지기 인샤디수 주습때 아니 톱진바스 다 하나레 델레데 중앙하기 룽디스 델lun기랑 짤룽 레수룽세 조이갈레 델랭아지 추날루 마티미 미기 미스니 델레데 남칼레바 델레데 파니 수니비디로 디습때 지밀라레바 디수이나미 디술루 다 아니비 주니기 편유 다 아니빈디기 땡아지 디수기 짝갱디 공급 이메스.
So this kind of a practice you have to do as far as possible, and as you focus on this practice, now as you get more serious with this practice, or as you deeply engage into this kind of a Wien exercise, you will start even recognizing or noticing the color of the winds. And then as you recognize the color of the wind, you can actually see the winds of the 5 elements. And then as you do further, you can even see how long you're breathing out and how you are inhaling in. So this way, if you do this even further, if you persist further on, then you will even attain to the level of achievement that even if you are thrown into the water, you will not be drowned. Or even if you are thrown into the fire will refuse to burn you. And then you will be levitating and fly in the air like what Milarepa did it. So these are some kind of fundamental benefits that comes along aside as you achieve the highest level of realization.
나소다 드리기디 아님지 메시티 다가라기 나치라 다니 나치기 추 나치기 삼바 정부지 배워진 다 아닐리팀 노섬 정부지 리즘베 튼시다디 노섬 당샤바진 다 아니디 개왕우 슈이메 다 아니보들로 마치 가라기 드리나로 다 아니 남바산지비 추룽기 토갈로베 찌기질로 다 삼바 정부기 토갈레베 대 같이 대화베니디기 다 아니기 기위자와디기 같이라나 두기 합날로 당보라 명하다 옆시디수 꾸치샤베틴 데디수기 공시 그치 미디 줍수주세 때 디기튼시다딩 같이 두기 개함나로 쇼미기 마체바 잠링치기 텔라마 투쿠 림보치 켐보텐징기 케보드소 가라 쿠세샤페 텐주세 때 디기튼시다딩 같이 잠불리나로 텔레 먹투 네암드소 테미드소 가라 시주세 때 같이 샤시비 멜람치가답게 에세 때 아니 멜람타바진 때 같이 밀레시보들로 때 가라 노섬치가답에 따바진 때 아니디 때 줍시세 때 같이 수행수는 같이라기 셰시베 때 아니 빈딩 같이라 가라기 때 아니 노섬타메 아니 멜람치치가답게 에세.
So now this is much I could actually share so far. So this exchange was definitely making of a huge accumulation of merits, and we would like to dedicate this merit. And the fact that in the dedication, let's do this by our gathering here and then listening to me and then I being able to share my thoughts on you all, this merit let's dedicate to the well-being of His Majesty, the King and the royal family. Then also in the world, entire world, we have so many Dharma masters. May all of these masters live long and then have their enlightened activities fulfilled, spread far and wide. And particularly, let's dedicate this effort for the pacification of the warfare activities that is happening in the world. And as we do together, one person's effort and many persons doing together will have a great difference. And I not only heard about this, I also experienced that this does make a difference when we make aspirations together. So let's all of us together fold our hands together and make an aspiration, dedication aspiration like this.
Sunamdi tamjinzigwani topne nyebe janam pamjidi kiga nachi bolongdu sibe sole jonam dilwarshu.
as the processor, let me again mention a little bit. Now, thank you so much. It's time for us to proceed to the upstairs to lectures again now. Thank you.
Tam sa chingan lok ki bini. That last tanga ki bini.
Announcement. We invite you to a very special breathwork workshop guided by Numa Institute and Professor Yon Ruiz Nopori tomorrow from 5 to 6:30 p.m. at Samsil Dukang. Numa Breathwork allows participants to connect with their inner essence and uncover meaningful insights for personal transformation. Join us for this experiential workshop and discover the power of breath as a pathway to self-knowledge and inner freedom. A short brochure on the program will be shared with you all shortly.
I would wait for someone other than me.
Yeah, some moment. Hello. We are about to begin the session. May I request everyone to be seated, La. Okay, thank you. Before we begin the session, I have one announcement. There will be a special session by Dolpo Tiku Rinpoche from 5 to 6 p.m. at Samsil Dukang today. The session will include a brief talk on the benefits of pure appearance meditation, followed by guided breathing, yoga, and meditation session. This session will be moderated by Dr. Ian Baker. With this, we'll start off with this session. May I request everyone to be seated, La. esteemed guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Tashidema and I'll be the MC for this session. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce someone whose work speaks to the heart of this conference, the importance of connection, care, and shared humanity. Ms. 𝐿 is a leading voice in the global movement for belonging, a theme she has not only spoken about, but truly lived through decades of research, advocacy, and action. She is a research fellow at the University of Oxford's Poverty and Human Development Initiative, where she has pioneered work on social isolation and connectedness. She also holds role as the founder of the Samuel Center for Social Connectedness, the Belonging Research Lab, and the Belonging Forum, all working to build a more inclusive world. Ms. Samuel has taught the first university course on social isolation, advised global institutions from UN to Human Rights Watch, and most recently led a national study on the state of belonging in the United Kingdom, reaching over 10,000 voices. She is also the author of the powerful book on belonging, finding connection in an age of isolation. And she is now working on a second, exploring on how faith and purpose shape our need to belong. With deep wisdom, warmth, and clarity, Ms. Kim reminds us that belonging is not just a feeling, it is a right. With this, I now pass on the session to Ms. 𝐿. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kim. I come from Canada, and this is my first time in Bhutan. I can underline the word first because I hope to come back again and again. This time for me has been filled with joy and a much greater understanding of compassion and always taking into consideration all sentient beings. Just a couple of the things that I've learned and taken into my heart since I've been here. Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be able to chair this session this afternoon as we continue to delve further into our theme of science, meditation, and mindfulness. This session has an undercurrent of the arts, an overlay of Tantric Buddhism, and a texture of animated engagement by deeply committed authors. We begin with 𝐁𝐡𝐮, the co-founder of Collaborative Evolution. Collaborative Evolution recognizes that many people feel a deeper purpose that guides them through challenges and opposition. It engages spiritual leaders, including non-religious and non-spiritual leaders, to help many individuals transition to a higher level of consciousness. Prior to Collaborative Evolution, Keith was a business leader, building a Bon cultural and meditation center in the Nepal Mustang Valley. His route into meditation and contemplative practices came via a severe concussion while skiing, which bore fruit in that it motivated him to distill advanced contemplative practices into critical and practical nuggets so more people can experience unitive consciousness. This is of great practical interest to me as a scholar of belonging. Today, Keith will talk to us about dreaming with purpose, yoga of lucid dreaming. He will explore the transformative potential of visionary practices and sensory inversion in bringing and bridging ordinary perception with extraordinary inner realms. I'd also like to add that I had the great pleasure to meet Keith about an hour ago, but that's only clock time. and I can attest to his passion for what he does. And I think we're going to learn a lot today, but hopefully either in your presentation or after see some of his wonderful photos, which really tell the story. Next, we move to Amalia Rubin, who will be presenting joint work on tantric meditation, social media, and the impact of Protestant thought. Amalia will talk to us, but she could equally well sing to us, for she is an internationally known singer who has released 2 albums of Tibetan songs and been awarded the Best International Artist Award for Tibet in Dharamsala, India. I can also attest to her dancing. Yesterday, just after the beautiful opening ceremonies, I saw a woman dancing through the halls, and I thought to myself, I would really like to meet her. Passion, compassion, and here you are on my panel. I didn't manifest it, but I'm very glad to be here with you. A Buddhist practitioner and an 8-language polyglot, Amalia is conducting her PhD research on the epic of King Gesar of Ling and modern Mongolian shamanism at the University of Leeds. Amalia has lived and worked throughout Asia and encountered high lamas since her childhood. At the heart of today's paper is a question about secrecy. She will explore how to navigate the tension between the secrecy that accompanies Vajrayana teachings, yet invites practitioners to intensive practices and high attainments, and the radically democratic Protestant approach that discards intermediaries. Does this have a different kind of cost or a wider benefit? We look forward to her reflections. I'm also very honored to introduce Maitreya Fabro, who will be co-presenting with Amalia today. Maitreya is a student at Bard College in Hudson, New York, where she is completing a bachelor's degree in historic studies with a concentration in religious studies. For her bachelor's thesis, she is examining the history, etymology, and evolution of the term crazy wisdom, with a focus on the context in which it has been deployed, surrounding abuses of power in American Buddhist communities. Following the completion of her undergraduate studies, she intends to pursue graduate education in Buddhist studies with Tibetan language, focusing on the historical development of Buddhism in North America and the roles of women with American Buddhist communities. I especially want to recognize you here with us because you are one of the younger, probably youngest people that has spoken today. Of course, we had a question from His Eminence. I'm not asking you to match that, but to say that having the younger voice and the voice of the future here with us means a lot. And I wanted to say for you and Amalia to be co-presenting, well, I think it's going to be a symphony of some kind. I humbly ask the speakers to keep strictly to your allotted time. We have been hearing much of compassion, and the punctuality of your presentation will demonstrate compassion to the speakers that come after you in this session, and indeed across the day. We look forward to your profound reflections, and we ask you to share them concisely, compassionately, and with all the joy I can sense from where I'm standing right now. Thank you, and I'll first ask Keith to come and speak.
I've got my timer here, so they're going to time me, but I'm going to keep my own time too. So I don't want to overrun either expectation. Yep, I have to Yeah, there you go. You got me all set up. Well, good afternoon, friends, travelers, fellow participants, esteemed colleagues, friends, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I got to get adjusted here. I would need to make a quick correction. I'm not really going to focus specifically on dream yoga. I was going to focus on visions, perception, and reality. And dream yoga is certainly part of the aspect of visioning. So too, I'm not going to discuss visions from a prophetic access of information perspective. I'm going to keep it on a level of visual perception, both ordinary and entoptic. And my aim is, in this brief time, to take you through not words but images that will show to a certain extent how we process vision, develop perception to interpret reality. And so with that, I'll indicate ordinary vision. Obviously, light comes through our eyes, hits the retina, goes to the cortex, visual cortex, and turns into some image which are mentation processes, and we make a perception through that of what we perceive as reality. Entoptic visions are not ordinary. Entoptic visions are visions that arise internally. So in the practices of Dzogchen and Togyal, we talk about effulgent visions or self-arising visions. Well, entoptic visions are similar to this in some extent. I'm going to talk about three different types of form constants associated with entoptic visions. What might you see that would arise from internal as opposed to external stimuli? I'm then going to lay out a framework of three different means by which we can say how one takes these elemental forms and develops immersive visions out of them. And one of the speakers this morning was talking about how a neural network of AI can move off into some hallucinatory perspective. We're going to talk a little bit about how we can develop our own hallucinatory perspective of visions as well. Sorry, I keep going fast. I'm then going to talk about some case studies. I'm going to compare Christian visions of a Christian mystic and the visions of a West Chinese Dzogchen. I'm also going to look at the visions of Peruvian shamanic individuals in ayahuasca ceremony. And then we'll move on into vibratory aspects of how visions may relate to specific states of consciousness that we can actually identify. And then I'll move a little bit further into discussion of hallucinatory images and how some of these map to iconic mandalas that have been reported through the traditions, over the millennium. This slide demonstrates 4 entoptic form constants that were identified by Heinrich Klüver in groundbreaking research in 26 on hallucinogenic, specifically in this case, he was looking at mescaline from peyote. And his subjects reported seeing in their hallucinatory visioning description various forms, and he categorized 4 specific forms. The first being lattices, the second one being cobwebs, the third one being funnels or tunnels, and this one's an interesting one because in this instance, it's showing it's a striatia, like a center point and rays expanding from it. But it does give a depth perception as though you're going into the image. Whoops. The last one is spirals, and the one that has the striatia, it's also often considered to be equivalent to concentric circles. And I know in the traditions, there's discussions of the development of visions that represent as ripples in the water, as throwing a stone in the water, or a spiral, maybe a shield spinning on the tip of a spear. So there's some commonality there. This next set is interesting because where Kluver was looking at people who had these internally developed hallucinogenic visions from entheogens, this is the documentation of an ophthalmologist. So a female ophthalmologist had dreams, and when she was coming out of the dream and coming into awakening state, or what they call the hypnopompic state, she would have visions. They'd only last 30 seconds, maybe a minute and a half, but she was an ophthalmologist, and because of this, she's like, what's happening with my visionary field? And she documented this over a period of 46 years. And she discussed them as spiral waves. She saw the majority. She shows these instances. You see like 2A is a set of concentric circles, but the rest of them were predominantly the development of some type of image, which once she established the image in her mind's perception, often it would start to rotate. So she talked about spiral waves. Now, sorry, I got this on timer. It's going faster than I am. I'm going to have a hard time getting through this. Anyway, here we have the next group was Nicholson and Fernhaber. At the suggestion of an anthropologist by the name of Williams Lewis, who did a lot of work on entoptic visions, he suggested that artwork, rock art of prehistoric civilizations demonstrated some of this aspect of entoptic visions. And Nicholson and Fernhaber looked at, rock art 30,000 years in the past and this type of thing, and they did they did accumulate some kind of general description of imagery they saw from the prehistoric monoliths in Malta to other shamanistic art rock in caves. They would see spirals, concentric circles, sometimes aggregated, and also what they called an eye umbrella image, I guess. So anyway, these are just to give you an idea of what some type of reported entoptic self-arising visions may look like. All right, so the frameworks of this, this Lewis Williams, who was saying that, hey, look, I've looked at a lot of the historic art, and I'm thinking that maybe some of this has a hallucinatory aspect to it, that the cave art reflected shamans in elevated states, and they had these images. And he said the first thing that happens is the element comes to mind, and then the mind is trying to make sense of this element. So, it's like it's trying to put its overlay to try to bring the element into some kind of known perspective and reality that one is conditioned to. So that then is this exploratory process, and once one gets through the exploratory process and collects and overprints something onto that image, then one dives into that image and is immersed in the kind of like a hallucinogenic state of a visioning experience, which he talked as stage 3. Ornstein was someone who was publishing in the 70s about the symmetry of the mental functioning of our brain. We're predominantly left brain. We're involved in thought a lot. The meditative practices you all perform works to develop a balance between that thinking brain and the perceptive brain. We move from operating out of thought to operating out of perception and awareness. Just naked awareness, unmanipulated, unprocessed, unmentated awareness. So that's the Ornstein's idea was the more you got your brain operating in resonance, the more you'd be able to see things clearly. And in seeing things clearly, we may be talking about going into elevated states of consciousness and seeing things perhaps in a way that we don't ordinarily see them. And then the last state, kind of building off Ornstein, but not focusing on a hemispheric perspective, but talking about the stability of the brain in a resonant state. And this says, you can achieve these states. There's a particular, not just frequency associated with it, but there's a integrated harmonic of everything that is happening throughout our mind-body. And it need not be just in the brain, but people are studying. It's easy to, focus on the brain and try to measure aspects of activity of portions of the brain. But they see at these elevated states, they see a particular type of harmonic that's much more complicated than simple EEG frequency. So we'll talk about that a little bit. All right, so the first case I'm going to do is a comparison of Saint Hildegard of Bingen from the 12th century and Lama Fahe, a 20th century Qigong and Dzogchen master in Western China. And this is where I'm going to just let you not use your thought, but just your perception field. Look at the imagery and you identify how these individuals may have had elemental forms come to them, and then they elaborated it and they described their visions. This particular female saint described her visions, and then people who read her visions developed from her description these imageries. This she described as the universe. It's maybe concentric, but it's not circular, but it's an egg shape. And it's kind of interesting. Here, she talks of the Redeemer. It has multiple components. Obviously, the concentric circles, some of the stars, perhaps some of the striation aspects in which an inverted tunnel. And it gets more complex as it goes. And then this was the completion of her series that I selected to compare to Lama Fahe's. And this is on a blue background, the Trinity, energetic concentric circles collapsing into an entity in the center of the image. Okay, now Lama Fahe, in addition to a Qigong master, which he used for cover to be able to enable him to continue to teach, he was a Dzogchen master. So here is his first series of images. He talked of the lamp of the empty spheres. I think that's pretty common with regards to the description of the Togol visions in their development. Again, a concentric circle pattern. Here is what he described as the lamp of the pure space. Again, concentric circles, but not in this case, circular, but more oval or egg-shaped in nature. This he described as the visions of increased experience, and now you're beginning to see some of the circular, objects being populated, or the concentric circular imagery having objects inside of them, and then culminating in the image development in the Togol is the luminous spheres of the Buddha. All right. So here, just for quickly, we're going to go through the lamp of the empty spheres and comparing between the two traditions. And I think you can see we're seeing something similar. This is an imagery of Pablo Amaringo, a shaman or Icaro, someone who sang during the ceremonies of ingesting ayahuasca or DMT in the Amazon Orient. You'll see it's much more vivid in its nature to a certain extent. This kind of reflects the enhanced or the overwhelming visual stimulation of the cortex. So when the cortex is overstimulated, his imagery was much more vibrant, much more dramatic, and it featured the circles and the spirals and that type of thing. Here we're going to do a quick thing that talks about Christian mystic, classic meditation manual of the 13th century in Belgium called the Rothschild Canticles. Here's a particular series of 5 images that actually start with a spiral in the forehead, as concentric circles collapsing the imagery of the individual, and culminating in this last slide, the image of the Trinity. This is a cymatic or a resonance frequency of a water droplet stimulated at a particular frequency. And you can see the image that results. This is from the Marian group, and this is John Stuart Reid's work on the cymoscope. This is comparing John Stuart Reid's work on the cymoscope with that of the Rothschild cantacils, a 13th century depiction of the Trinity being coalesced into a unitive pulsating energy. And at that, I'm sorry, I've got lots more to go, but it's the tip of the iceberg. An interesting thing I will note is these visions, according to the traditions and my own personal experience, the visions are signs of these elevated states of consciousness, and parallel to those visions also come things such as clairvoyance, CDs, and informational retrieval. So there's more to this topic, but I won't be able to discuss it today. Thank you so much for your attention.
May I call on our next presenters? And thank you. And thank you very much, Keith. I think we all wish we had more time. Okay.
Well, you've certainly done the artist's trick of leaving us wanting more. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. We'll take a moment to just pull up ours. There we go. So we would like to begin by welcoming all of you and thanking you this afternoon, friends, colleagues, Dharma siblings, and honored guests for coming to our talk today on Tantric meditation, social media, and the impact of Protestant thought. My name is Amalia Rubin, and I am a PhD candidate at the University of Leeds in the UK.
My name is Maitreya Fabro, and I am a BA candidate at Bard College in the USA.
We would like to start, of course, by thanking the Center for Bhutan and GNH Studies and the many, many people who helped make this happen, most notably the Central Monastic Body and, of course, the royal family, without whose vision none of this conference in this year or other years would have been possible. We'd also like to begin with a small caveat. Vajrayana Buddhism includes many forms, and we are concentrating on what is called Tibetan Buddhism, although, being that we're here in Bhutan, it is practiced in many regions. We did not do research on Newa, Tendai, Shingon, or any of the other forms of Vajrayana. Furthermore, in this paper, we concentrated on Western examples. We do believe that the phenomenon we will discuss has been illustrated in traditionally Buddhist societies. However, in order to illustrate it more clearly, we have chosen primarily Western examples as their cases are more extreme. Finally, as mentioned by a previous speaker, the term Western is inherently flawed, but as of writing, we did not find a better word.
So to understand the logic of Protestant faith, first we must understand its origin, which lies in the 1517 Protestant Reformation in Germany, led by priest and theologian Martin Luther. It was a rejection of corruption within the Roman Catholic Church, and this rejection led to a wider rejection of authority within spiritual and religious circles that will become deeply embedded in the tradition. It was the first religious movement of this kind that had the aid of the printing press, leading to mass translation efforts and success in this movement that previous reformations of the church did not see. We focus on Martin Luther and John Calvin as key reformers due to how their contributions to the Reformation have impacted the global Protestant influence, which is what we'll be focusing on. The core principle of the Protestant Reformation was arguably the taking of the Bible as the ultimate authority. The foundational doctrines were the 5 solas, which were articulated by early reformers. However, they were not systematized until the 20th century. The 2 most relevant to our analysis are sola scriptura, the belief of Scripture as the final authority, or Scripture alone, and solus Christus, faith in Christ alone is the mediator between God and man, rather than spiritual authorities. Furthermore, with this emphasis on faith, Protestantism de-emphasized church ritual as a way to emphasize faith alone being the guiding principle.
As such, Vajrayana immediately comes into some conflict. The Tibetan term Sangha Dorje Tekpa, literally meaning the secret mantra Vajra vehicle, right in its name has the word secret and mantra, which indicates ritual. It was established as its own independent school in the late 7th century, although it pre-exists that, and it does exist in numerous countries, as mentioned. What sets Vajrayana apart is using Tantra as a methodology towards attaining enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings. But Tantra is purely a methodology. It exists in numerous religions and even other sects of Buddhism, such as Khmer, Lama, and Thai Buddhism.
In examining these two traditions, the contradictions are immediate. Vajrayana relies on ritual as the foundation of the path, as seen with the beginning Ngondro accumulation, and further uses ritual as the method that can bring the practitioner to enlightenment, whereas Protestantism explicitly rejects ritual. Vajrayana relies upon a close relationship with the guru as a guiding form of religious authority. The Protestant faith rejects spiritual intermediaries. While Protestantism relies on scripture alone, the Tibetan Vajrayana practice relies so heavily on oral transmission that within the schools of Tibetan Buddhism, there is an oral lineage known as the Kagyu. Finally, Protestantism envisions a radical democratization of religious knowledge by virtue of rejection of authority, while the Vajrayana utilizes the maintenance of secrecy for the protection of the practitioner as well as the tradition.
As we look into secrecy, we can see that there are 5 levels of secrecy, which here we've illustrated with a Vajrayana and Catholic example for each. The first level is something being completely open, spinning a prayer wheel, reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, visiting a church, or receiving a blessing from a priest. All of these are accessible to anyone, whether they are Buddhist or Catholic or not. The second level is closed but publicly knowable. This would be taking the Bodhisattva vows, which requires refuge as a prerequisite, or receiving communion, which also has Catholic prerequisites. The third is secret in its technicalities but not generalizations. This would be poa or tumo, or receiving confession or performing rites. We know the general idea of what they are, but in order to know the specific details, you must be an initiate. The fourth level is one where it is completely secret, but we know of its existence. Higher stage Tantra practices, papal elections, and the inner workings of the College of Cardinals are all examples of things that we know that they exist, but what happens is only known to initiates, and the initiates are not allowed to discuss them. And finally, the unknown unknowns, which are so secret that until you are initiated, you do not even know that these exist, and as such, no example is possible.
However, we did not just undertake this analysis to do a comparison between the two traditions. French political scientist Oliver Roy refers to a process he calls Protestantization, in which religions are standardized according to general patterns informed by Protestantism, and this often occurs when religion and culture part ways. We see the Protestantization of Vajrayana not only through what is emphasized, but through what is de-emphasized, with this de-emphasis often occurring through demythologization. Two immediate examples to give of this demythologization are representations of the 6 realms of existence as just psychological states and the demons in Chud practice as metaphors. Furthermore, this demythologization is Protestant in character as it attempts to align Buddhism with scientific rationalism. However, this is not the fault of Protestantization alone, but rather Protestantization acting as a force of what David McMahon has called Buddhist modernism, in which Buddhism is reformulated to align with Western ideologies. Oliver Roy has further posed the question, does Protestantization prime religious traditions for secularization? I think that we can begin to answer this question as we look at the secular mindfulness movement now and see how it grows into the future.
All of this has impacted the way in which Vajrayana has gone public in the 20th and 21st centuries. As a result of the idea of secrecy being a dirty word, the guru is unnecessary, solus Christus, and the belief that all text should be publicly available and should be all that is necessary, sola scriptura, we have seen this. Vajrayana started its move into popularity with the Theosophists in the late 19th century and early 20th century, and most notably Alexandra David Neal, who got her starts among their numbers. She published some of the earliest books on Tibet, the Himalayas, and Vajrayana. But the first case of a Vajrayana text going viral was the Tibetan Book of the Dead as written by Evans Wentz. In Tibetan, this would be the Bardo Todrul. Now, note I say as written by, not a translation of, because the Evans Wentz document document is not a translation. Evans Wentz was self-admittedly not familiar with Tibetan Buddhism, and the publication did not rely on him knowing Tibetan, but speaking to Tibetan lamas who spoke English, and many argue that the book introduced misconceptions about Dzogchen to the general Western public. This became a necessary book on the hippie trail and set a precedent. A secret text that required empowerment, transmission, and instruction was being published and widely spread. And this was spread even more widely by the man known as the LSD professor, Timothy Leary, making his own Tibetan Book of the Dead commentary. We can see some of this virality with the fact that there is a Tibetan Book of the Dead opera, and yes, they are standing on a mandala. A mainstream horror film based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And of course, here on the right, we have The Psychedelic Experience, a manual based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And all of this publicity, along with the Buddhist secularist movement, has created a little bit of an illusion of safety, especially when it comes to shamatha and vipassana, which are promoted by the mindfulness industry as accessible to everyone. It's going to lower your stress, improve your well-being, fix your blood pressure, grant you success in relationships in the business world. And while this is true, we also know that meditation sickness has been recorded for over 2,000 years in meditation-based societies and includes such symptoms as nausea, headaches, dizziness, delusions, psychotic breaks, and suicidal ideation. And recent research on meditation sickness has shown that it occurs at least once in more than 50% of the regularly meditating population. And this includes shamatha and vipassana. A notable case occurred in the early 2000s during a study abroad trip when students took a 10-day shamatha and Vipassana retreat. The leader of the retreat was a first-generation Buddhist, and no traditional leaders with knowledge of traditional safeguards were present. Neither were Western psychologists. At the end of the retreat, one participant wrote in her journal, "I am scared that I will have this realization and go crazy." And then she wrote, "I am a bodhisattva," climbed to the roof of her dormitory, and threw herself off to the pavement below. She did not survive. Let's take this to something a bit more extreme, a closed Vajrayana practice of tummo. The representation of tummo in the West is automatically misrepresented when it is constantly translated as the meditation of inner heat or inner fire, when tummo literally means fierce woman, chandali in Sanskrit. Likewise, its purpose is misrepresented. It is for the purpose of reworking the inner channels to reach higher states and a bliss that will help one realize emptiness. The heat is a functional side effect that shows that the meditation is taking. But it is even represented not just by non-Buddhists, but in high-level Western Buddhist media. The documentary Yogis of Tibet said that tummo was developed for generating body heat in the icy caves of Tibet, while Brilliant Moon said that through the practice of tummo, he and his cave remained warm. This is extraordinarily dangerous, one, in that it misrepresents a secret Vajrayana practice. Two, in that it misrepresents a practice that is scientifically shown to raise the internal body heat by over 8 degrees centigrade. And three, as anyone who has worked in survival and search and rescue knows, the moment you finish tummo, the body heat drops. The process of tummo uses calories at more than 5 times the standard rate, and this is one of the fastest ways to die of exposure. But tummo has become extraordinarily popular and is both partially and falsely represented. I'm sure almost all of you have heard of the Wim Hof method. While Wim Hof himself says that his method is comparable to tummo but different, most people say that it's the same, even though it is not. And this is what's going out on social media. As the image on the left shows, these creators who have 4.27 million subscribers, and this video has 1.2 million views, calls this powerful ancient tummo breathwork. It is not tummo, it is the Wim Hof method. To make matters even worse, the instructors tell the people doing this, if you feel dizzy, if you feel like you might faint, if you start experiencing shaking or headache, that's fine. Just feel it in your body and keep going. On the right, we do see an actual free access tummo course that requires no prerequisites. This is being shared by a former Buddhist monk from Australia who admits overtly that he was told not to share it by the Dharma Center teachers, who he denigrates as fundamentalists. He teaches it without the ngonjo or any prerequisites because it is, quote, too good to be kept secret. Nonetheless, the writer admits his own lack of capabilities in the practice, stating that although he's had great results, he has in no way mastered the skills to the level of Tibet's yogis who can withstand extreme cold. Failing to understand that the process he describes of putting the wet cloth over the back of the yogis in the snowy climate is a basic pass-fail test measure by which one's ability to perform tumo is assessed. Even for people who understand that there is secrecy to this, we fall into the trappings of wanting to share on social media. We're told that we have privacy because there are private groups, but if you try to report a private post, you'll see right there it says, we won't let the poster know that you posted this, but Meta will know, and if you've actually read the 20 pages terms of agreement, you know that they've owned all of your information from the start, which is why something like posting, heavily redacted here, but the original was not, the entire POA is extraordinarily dangerous. And this person again posted this. This is the process of expelling the consciousness at the moment of death. Said he was posting it because it was too good not to be shared. POA has been known to result in something called yogic suicide.
As we move forward, we need to remember that this is not the first time that Vajrayana has gone overly public, as this happened during the second dissemination of Buddhism in Tibet. It was remedied with Atisha's revolutionary Lamrim path, and in recalling that, maybe it's time for us to remember that we can positively emphasize why the Vajrayana relies on gurus and prerequisites, and open conversations with the Sangha about what is and isn't to be shared on social media. Furthermore, when we discuss social media not just in these circles, it's often in a negative light. But when technology evolves, so does the method in which information is disseminated. As the Protestant Reformation saw the advent of the printing press, the Vajrayana is now becoming more and more public through teachings and imagery shared on social media. However, social media is often discussed as if it has an inherent negative value, or an inherent value at all on its own. As articulated by political theorist Langdon Winner, to say that certain technologies in themselves have political properties seems at first glance completely mistaken. We all know that people have politics, not things. However, he goes on to say that what matters is not the technology itself, but the social and political context in which it is embedded. It is our own attitudes towards secrecy, preliminaries, teachers and their importance that will change how we relate to the Vajrayana being shared this publicly, how we relate to it ourselves, how we relate to it with our teachers, and how we relate to it within the Sangha. We cannot reverse this publicity, but we can see a re-emphasis of where it's going.
Very quickly, we'll just show 3 examples from social media of positive examples, sharing your own experience, some humorous memes that are positive examples of Buddhism and Vajrayana on social media, and someone sharing the history of, again, lineage on social media. But in conclusion, going forward, we feel that it is important to address the culturally integrated Protestant concerns by breaking down reasons for secrecy, undoing the idea of secrecy as inherently evil, and even questioning whether Vajrayana is secret or rather a graduated scale that is democratically accessible to anyone willing to put in the effort. We should discuss the danger without fear-mongering and use Protestant-framed sources such as journal articles to prove that this is not some strange hierarchy and gatekeeping, but rather scientifically proven concerns. Thus, through analyzing the framework which is coloring much of the world in the present day, we can also understand how this impacts Protestant, Vajrayana and global views of its practices. It is our hope that through confronting this new exoteric forward framework and reworking discussions of Vajrayana to address deeply embedded Protestant concerns, that the future of Vajrayana will be one of understanding and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. 𝐻𝐿𝐴.
Thank you. I want to first express gratitude. Okay. I felt like I was growing, but maybe not. I wanted to first recognize that everyone respected the time, but even more shared so many insights and information. But what has come through most to me and to perhaps all of you listening is the passion with which you embark upon academic work and study and practice. I know that we have time for questions and want to give people a moment to think about their questions and as well comments, yes, and things to share. I wondered if I could just ask the speakers a couple of questions to get this part going, and also I took a lot of notes, so I could go way over time with many questions, but I've chosen one for each of you, and I'll begin with Keith. In our busy society, at least where I come from, many people do not have much time for meditation. You spoke to us about vision, perception, reality. My question is about immersive visions. Can they give us extra time to meditate? And I guess I'll step aside.
As I said, I'm not going to speak about dream yoga, but that's a perfect opportunity, right? It's like, do immersive visions give you extra time to meditate? And the answer would be, the visions that I described in these elevated states, the entoptic visions, etc., if you can take your awareness into sleep and dream, then you can take your practice right into those hours. So certainly immersive visioning in a dream or a sleep state can indeed enable you to find more time to meditate. I mean, it's recovering your lost hours of unproductive sleep.
Thank you very much, Keith. Amalia, I wanted to ask you about secrecy. And I was thinking, as you were speaking, of what we tell children. I have two grandchildren. One of them is 4. One of them has just turned 1. They're wonderful kids, but they're still kids, and the 4-year-old is often whispering secrets that her little brother can't hear or understand. And my daughter says, "Don't tell secrets. You know, don't have secrets. Don't spread these secrets." And it seems that secrets are something to be hidden. And I feel that what you're talking about is something to be revered, something that brings us closer to the holy in whatever faith tradition we come from, or none at all. But that secrets are maybe more about seeking, and that when that is exploited and not respected, it seems to me that all those energies can come in that are really negative. And I wondered if you might just clarify a bit more about the way secrets come from what may be inside us and our traditions, and at the same time how to tell young people that we shouldn't be telling secrets and making that too much fun. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'm going to address those questions out of order. When it comes to talking to young people, I think it's always possible to address things to different ages. But actually, Guru Rinpoche Padmasambhava directly addressed this when he was giving instruction on the Tummo, where he said the minimum age was 8 years old. And if anyone here has taught children, you know that's around the age that you can really start using logical reasoning with them. So until that age, it's very difficult to say why things can or cannot be secret, because logical reasoning is a bit difficult. And from that age, we can start to have more mature discussions about what is appropriate secrecy and what is inappropriate secrecy. Regarding the sacredness of secrecy, this is where I argue that maybe Vajrayana isn't really secret. Anyone can access any aspect of Vajrayana if they put in the time, if they do the preliminaries, if they put in the effort. It's accessible, but it's held back because there's prerequisites in the same way that in theory, anyone can become a neurosurgeon. And in the same way, we wouldn't let someone walk into surgery if they had no skill, and it would completely destroy the reputation of the surgical industry if anybody just came in and was like, hi, my name's Amalia, I'm going to be doing your brain today. I think the same is true of saying that, you know, these are sacred practices, they are difficult, they have good sides and bad sides, and so you do need to undergo proper training to receive them. And so from that perspective, I'm not even sure secrecy is the right term. Thank you.
Thank you. And Maitreya, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question that feel free to, as anyone can do it, but do what you want with this question because it's quite general, and I know you're going to take it in the right direction. What accounts for people rushing to a solution, rushing to go on social media or other sources and saying this practice, gosh, looks good, pictures are good, saw it in a magazine, heard about someone doing it, and not taking the time to seek the truth, to know that this is work in the most important way. But I don't imagine that anyone can just get enlightenment out of social media, we know that, or anywhere else. And yet, in my travels, I've met so many people over so many years who in my vernacular talk about the next best thing and you got to try it, without understanding the merit, the faith, and why we are here in this life. Please take it wherever you want to go.
I have a threefold answer to that. I think it's three factors coming together, which are what the late Chogyam Trungpa referred to as spiritual materialism, a society that heavily relies on the image and commodity, and the way that we commodify anything that we come into touch with because of this reliance on the image. I think that with social media and its advent, we've given a bigger platform and a more tangible way to cling to our ego. There's actually, nothing's different. It's just there's an image that goes with it. We use the image as currency in a lot of ways on social media. The way that something is valued because of likes, the way that an image is received, and everything is being reduced to its image. In that way, so is the spiritual tradition just being reduced to the image that we see online. It's being reduced to the benefit that you can get from it. It's being reduced to what makes you feel good about it. And it's being made something that's seen as easy, the entire spiritual path. From that comes this commodification in which people are seeing that with this combination of a society reliant on the image and using spiritual materialism or clinging to a perception of the spiritual path to fulfill the ego, there can be profit made off of that. I think that people are continually commodifying the spiritual path, as we see in terms of the images we showed of Tumo. They're making it a, buy my course, do this and this and this, and you'll be perfect. And in a society where there are these expectations, in multiple societies where there are different global expectations, and now there's this platform to interact on, spirituality is the next thing that's being sold as a cure to the things that we don't want to examine in ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to now invite questions and comments, reflections. When I think about the idea of what are questions for, I think that a lot of searching is really about finding the right questions and going deeper and deeper into that. And I think that all of you have inspired questions today, whether they're articulated or just ones that people take inside. But for articulated, let's begin. Yes, sir. maybe just waiting for a mic. Yes, okay, okay.
I think we can hear you.
So thank you for a brilliant panel. And my question to both sets of speakers is that to what degree is intimidation about studying Sutrayana also a factor in people wanting to go for an online discipline course or to know? And I say this because in this tradition, no matter what area of Tibetan Buddhism, and as you both sets have rightly pointed out, Vajrayana is the highest, like you were saying, the neurosurgeon analogy, which is brilliant. So can you just reflect on that a little bit? And thank you, really brilliant panel. And I say this because I'm a professor in a modern, economics gone into political economy, and when I've come into this tradition, I feel the study is a lot more and vigorous and systematic, and that doesn't come across, in the way that it's portrayed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to be certain that I understood the question, talking about sort of why people might feel intimidated by the Sutrayana, for example, in this greater context. Okay. I think there's several reasons for that. One, it is a massive series of books written over 2,000 years ago, translated in a frankly usually very, very dry way, because we're working very hard to try and translate it systematically, and we can't actually sit down with the Buddha and ask him to, clarify or what his emotions were. And that's frankly just intimidating, especially when we look at the size of the text. But I think there's also, in addition to some of that intimidation, which is there, and I think we see that, I've spent time in Thailand, for example, and there's sort of this idea that we leave the actual study of the sutras to the monks. I think there's also, when it comes to what we see in the social media world, there's a lot of glitz and glamour to Vajrayana, which is exciting. And how many of us think about a time that we wanted to start studying an art, for example, and then we discovered that we would have to do scales for 20 minutes every day for a month before we could start even learning how to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. And I think for a lot of us give up during that stage. And so I think it's a combination of just the depth of the text and the fact that there is this very sparkly, as it were, temptation being offered to us. And of course we're interested in that. But that's my personal take only.
I didn't go too far into the discussion of the hallucinogenics, but for the 21st century participant, they're bombarded by media. They have Wim Hof. They have, discussion with regards to psilocybin. People are looking for experiences. They want to expand their mind. It happened back in the 60s and 70s. They had the psychedelic kind of discussion, this type of thing. It was utilized at that point in time, but they're bringing it back. We have an issue where this is very dangerous. People want instantaneous. Life has moved so fast. They don't have time. They want it now. They want a pill. They want a, quick realization. And that's a real concern. The type of thing that I see, I haven't done psychedelics, but I've sat in meditation with people and when they've been pointed out the natural state, they go, oh my God, it's just like when I took my psychedelics. No, seriously, I can introduce you to a number of people who go, oh my God, I get it now, And so I don't know what the barrier is, but I know what the motivation is. If I've heard one person, I've heard a dozen. I want a pill. I'm like, dude, it's like you want an altered state, but if you take the pill and you walk away, you lost the state. You find out how to meditate, and you find the state, and you change it into a trait. And so I don't know how to describe it as to what the barrier is. I know what's not. It's the desire to have it instantaneously. And then the frustration becomes, oh, if I can't get it instantaneously, that's what I want, that's what I can't have, and then you got samsara all over again.
Does that mean time for one more question? Yes. Father Francis, yeah.
This was a very stimulating presentation because, of course, it interfaces with a lot of concerns that we even presented in our first session. And I think the use of the Protestant archetype, let's say, was helpful in illustrating a thrust going through early modern and modern history in the West, which feeds into the malaise that you've depicted. Now, I talked about the possibility of AI resetting itself. The information you provided would be not only for the AI to process, but for the people who are getting themselves into trouble to process. In other words, what I think the reset also includes a reevaluation of the role of religion, spirituality, and, as you pointed out, the profit motive in societies, okay? So that there's got to be a continuous reformation, you might say, which is not necessarily that particular pattern of the questioning of authority and the creating of new structures which inevitably bring on malaises of their own. So what our AI here comes in to correct the distortions and the sales pitch, if it were used properly, if it in itself were reset to watch out for its Protestant Reformation. Okay? So I wonder if you could comment on that, because it's really, it almost means we have to rethink the way we talk about history, the way we teach, all right? The way we glorify, the unorthodox in the history of the West.
I agree with what you're saying about if we are to reprogram AI beyond these ideas, it needs to come from ourselves. Specifically, Langdon Winner, who I was quoting, has his text, Do Artifacts Have Politics?, in which he argues that no, an artifact, any piece of technology does not have an inherent property, but we give it a property. What I think is dangerous with AI, though, is how it could come off as we could easily reset these things that have been embedded into it. AI has many tendencies that have been embedded by pure human bias, and I don't think that other AIs with human bias are going to be able to undo that. You can see this in the way that AI will treat marginalized groups searching certain things, the way that just these sometimes violent biases have been programmed into it. It only knows what we tell it. And even though it can comb the internet, it knows what we've put out. So I would personally like to see a further development in AI to the point where it is aware of these own biases. And beyond that, I would like to see the people that are in charge of leading these AI efforts be held accountable for the biases that they have programmed in, because I do not think that we can make progress in looking at what's been programmed into AI until the people that are designing it take accountability for their own biases that they've projected.
Oh, yes, of course.
I should probably say Francis and I have been working together for a while, so I know how he's coming from a particular perspective. And the idea of the Western or global, let's say, 21st century, mindset with regards to instant gratification and the desire to use tools and the exposure to social media and the lack of discernment in a general sense. It's a real issue because people are grabbing low-hanging fruit. They'll take a pill, they'll do this, they'll do that. They're just searching for an experience. And then, you have the Dharma smorgasbord. People are out there vending this, and like it's something to be, purchased, consumed, acquired, and that's it. They don't realize that we're talking about the benefit of mind training. And Francis and I have talked about the need to bring down the barriers between the traditions, because if we can't bring down barriers between the traditions and find common ground, how can we do it at lower levels, right? But we also need to bring down the barriers within the traditions, What we're talking about is, actually providing a means by which much larger percentage of humanity can access contemplative states. And I think, some of the work that I would have gone into a little bit further talked about mapping these elevated states of consciousness to accessing information and wisdom field. And I think, mankind is facing existential risk. And we can complain about AI and its risks and its problems, but I think we need to come together and look at how can actually we collaborate in some fashion so that we can convey the essence of the essence, but indicate that it's not hallucinations, it's not hallucinogenics, it's not going on an ayahuasca experience. Though many people who go on an ayahuasca experience say it was the most significant experience in their life, they just never had the opportunity to be trained in the area of contemplative practices. So I don't know, I guess I appeal to you to say, how can we make, access to the deeper states of meditative contemplation perhaps, more rapidly available by emphasizing that is, the benefit that one receives from training the mind. And so anyway, that's my view, is like, yes, there are all kinds of risk ahead of us with regards to AI and problems there, but the opportunity is for us to try to identify collectively how we in each of our own lines, et cetera, can make it available safely. And I'm not an advocate of boosting that experience with psilocybin, though some people might say that's a good experience. I don't know if in the traditions 𝐁𝐡𝐮 had any, utilization to boost someone's transition, but I personally don't think it's necessary, but I would like to find a way for a lot more people to access these states that have been discussed for millennia.
A fool goes into psychedelic, comes out a fool.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'll use that one.
A motivated person goes into meditation, comes out a sage. That's the one.
Well, let's advertise that. We'll get you on social media, somebody with a camera, Anyway, I thank you for your perspective.
May I say on this note, I will close the session. You will close the session. I'm sorry.
Time up.
Is it a question?
Yeah, just a
I have to.
small question.
Are we allowed to? Pardon?
No time?
Okay. I have an idea. We can't do it now, but I think that the panelists will agree, yes? They have so much more to share, so if you could stay behind a few minutes for you and for others who have questions to share. And I want to express deepest gratitude to the three of you and to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Kim for chairing this session. And thank you to the distinguished speaker for enlightening us on such interesting and insightful presentation. With this, we have now come to an end of the session. But before we break for tea, I would like to re-announce on the special session by His Eminence Dolpo Tiku Rinpoche from 5 to 6 p.m. at Samsil Dukhang. And we also have one more announcement. That is, on the 7th June, we have an excursion to Punakha, and anyone interested, please register. We'll be sending out mass mails. Please register yourself on the Google Forms, for the exclusion to Punakha Valley. Thank you.
in the Buddhist studies, Sanskrit literature, Tibetan language. He currently serves as a president of College of Language and Culture Studies, CLCS, at Royal University of Bhutan, RUB. The individual has been honored with the Bharat Mitra Saman Indology Award 2023 by the Indian Council of Culture Relation under the auspices of the Government of India. Please silence. Please silence and listen very carefully because we have a very wonderful speaker here today. I would want you to enjoy and then take their wisdom with you. That will really change your life. We have a great chairman with a great panel speaker today. And Venerable Lungten, additionally, he holds the position as the executive faculty member at the Royal Institute of Governance and Strategic Studies, RICS, an associate faculty member at Bhutan Institute of Wellbeing, and an adjunct faculty member at Kathmandu University, Nepal, a role he has held since 2016. Currently, he serves as the president of South and Southeast Association of Study of Religion and Culture. He is currently the chairman of Dzongkha Expert Committee, also a member of International Association of History of Religion. He was a pro-vice chancellor of research and planning at the Royal University of Bhutan from 2017 until 2022. His primary academic focus lies in the mind science, education, science of human well-being. He has contributed numerous articles and book chapters to the academic discourses spanning topics such as philosophy, spirituality, holistic education, consciousness studies, environmental consciousness, language, universal human values, gross national happiness, well-being, emotional intelligence, and culture. A great scholar. And you might be wondering why Loben Lungten Jamso. In that note, you have seen IBC Director General Abhijit Halder. He's been late another 30 minutes. He will be here. By that time, you're all lucky to have great scholar Loben Lungten. Then enjoy the panel. Thank you. And sorry, I request Chair to introduce all the panel.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Just to reiterate that I'm not Abhijit Halder, which is reflected in the program, in case you still, you missed out the announcement. I'm asked to stand in place of Mr. Abhijit Halder, who for some reason could not make it to this. But it's an honor for me to stand in his place and chair this wonderful, session by three scholars here. I think the topic here, the session panel topic here is Brainwaves of Bliss and Loving Kindness, the Way of Meditation. I think the moment when we talk about meditation, I think one thing we need to ascertain today. Why meditation? Meditation because if you look into your life experience on a moment-to-moment basis, let's assume you got up at 5 o'clock this morning and tonight till 10, 11. In the entire whole day, what do we suffer? Did we suffer health? Not really, right? Did we suffer hunger, thirst, or did somebody physically hurt you? No. So what does this prove? This proves that our suffering from outside, this is an arbitrary percentage, 10% maybe. The suffering that you experience because of outer conditions, 10%. When was the last time that you suffered hunger? When was the last time you suffered physical hurt? Not really, right? But on a moment-to-moment basis, we suffer anger, agitation, envy, jealousy, hatred. Don't we? Don't we? We suffer our mind on a moment-to-moment basis. This is one thing that we need to be assured today when you're going to listen to the three scholars on meditation, how to ensure well-being, how to ensure fulfillment. So 90% of our suffering, the manufacturing unit is right here sitting in our head. We create. And meditation is a direct antidote to managing our negativities. I mean, this is not rocket science. Today, you get angry. You are in full rage. Can you say, I'm wonderful, I'm mesmerized, I'm enjoying my life? Or do you feel miserable when you are angry? Yes? Not rocket science. We can attest this, we can evaluate this, that whenever we have negativity, we are the first victim of our own negativity. This is what we need to know today, that we are the creators of our own misery. By the same token, we also create our own well-being when we turn inward. So today's session is on inner technology. I think, when we talk about meditation, I think it's not really per se talking about the ontology part or the philosophy part of it. I think we are talking about a technology. We are talking about a tool. And the session before, just before this session, there were great presentations on the secretness. Actually, I wanted to make a comment, but because of lack of time, I couldn't. If I may put it into a layman's, understanding, again, secrecy is nothing about ontology. It's nothing about philosophy. It's about utilizing the tool. It's all about qualification. Are your hands qualified to hold a razor-sharp knife? Because it's not in the discretion of the knife itself that discerns whether it will chop vegetables or it will chop somebody's head. It's the hand. Does your hand have the strength to use it? It's not about knowing about driving per se. It's about sitting behind the driving wheel without a driving license. You are not supposed to. This is what secrecy means. And similarly here, when we are talking about meditation, we are talking about a tool, about a technology, about an inner technology, that if you use it, then you are going to see your emotions, feelings, thoughts. These are the activities of the mind, So when you watch your mind on a moment-to-moment basis, when you are clear about your thoughts and emotions and feelings, you will definitely be able to see that your anger is your misery. Your jealousy is your misery. No rocket science. And meditation is all about being aware, being conscious, being mindful of what's going on during the event, as and when it arises. That's the only moment we have in our command. Past is a gone reality. It doesn't exist. Future is yet to come. It's not there. You cannot do anything about the past and future. Past, rumination, future, projection, but it's not in your hand. What is in your hand is the present moment. So I think that the three scholars are going to talk about meditation as a tool to be the witness of your negativities. The moment you witness, because negativities don't have an existential reality of its own. It's hiding behind something else. You need to know, if you are a very vigilant security guard, thieves cannot really sneak in. That's how meditation should work. So without further ado, now I have three wonderful speakers here. The first one is Hansa Nitibunyakon Pra Medhavajra Pandit, and he's going to, talk about insight meditation, a mindful way to cultivate happiness. I'm not going to read out the abstract because you may probably have read it, but I would like to introduce the speaker. When Professor Dr. Fra Medhavajra Pandit, sorry if I have mispronounced your name, Venerable, is a professor of Buddhist studies at 𝐻𝐿𝐴 Vajravidyalaya University. He serves as the director of International Buddhist Studies College and director of Peace Studies graduate program at the 𝐻𝐿𝐴 Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand. He is a Buddhist scholar and practitioner who integrates knowledge in Buddhism. He is also specialized in conflict resolution and management through Buddhist peaceful means and meditation. In the past couple of decades, he has been actively playing an important role in promoting and spreading Buddhist teachings in the form of lectures and speeches at various platforms. Pra Hansa Niti Bunyakon will speak on insight meditation, a mindful way to cultivate true happiness. And we have our second speaker, Bhikkhu Kesara. Bhikkhu Kesara is going to speak on the effectiveness of mindfulness Vipassana meditation guided by Rathavinita Sutra, establishing long-term emotional well-being and happiness for meditation practitioners. As the topic suggests, again, I need not have to go into the details of the paper because it brings out the content of the paper, but I would like to introduce Bhikkhu Kesara. He is a Theravada Buddhist monk from Myanmar. He has dedicated his life to Buddhist studies and practice. Theravada tradition, meditation under several senior Theravada monks from Myanmar. His current research interests focus on mindfulness, Vipassana meditation according to the instructions of the suttas in the Theravada Pali Canon. Bhikkhu Kesara is presently an Indian Council for Cultural Relations PhD research scholar at the Department of Philosophy, Lucknow University. He focuses on comparative studies of early Buddhism and other religious teachings contemporaneous with the Buddha in ancient India. Bhikkhu Kesara completed his master's degree in Buddhist studies from 𝐻𝐿𝐴 Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand, and achieved his bachelor's degree in English from East Yangon University. Then we have our last speaker, Mr. Stanzin Lotus. He is a research scholar at the University of Delhi, and he's going to talk about the practice of the 4 placements of mindfulness in Mahayana tradition with the emphasis on the wisdom of emptiness, 𝐻𝐴 𝐺. Mr. Stanzin Lotus was born in a Buddhist family in Ladakh, a culturally rich region in the Trans-Himalayan range of India. He began his academic journey with a BCom from the University of Delhi, but soon developed a deep interest in Buddhist philosophy through transformative encounters and study. He went on to earn MA and MPhil in Buddhist studies from the same university, focusing on areas such as Pali Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, and socially engaged Buddhism. In addition to his formal studies, he completed the Nalanda Diploma course in Buddhist philosophy and psychology at the Tibet House, Delhi, and pursued intensive training in Sanskrit and classical Tibetan at the Rangjung Yeshe Institute in Nepal. Currently, Mr. Lotus is pursuing a PhD in Buddhist studies at the University of Delhi. So now, with this, may I now first invite the first speaker, Hansa Niti Bunyakon, Director and Professor, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 Rajavidyalaya University, and his topic is Insight Meditation, a mindful way to cultivate true happiness. The floor is yours, Venerable.
Namattu Ratanatayatsa. May I take this opportunity to pay respect to the Triple Gem, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Most respected to Mahasangha, practitioner, scholar, friends in the Dhamma, Kota Songpola. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Dasho Kamaura who give me a chance to be here to share my experiences, the way I have practiced meditation so far, and the way we teach meditation, mindfulness at 𝐻𝐶 Ratchavidyalaya University in Bangkok. So who we are? 𝐻𝐶, that is the name of the fifth king of Thailand, who established our university, and he inspired monks to learn Tripitaka and practice meditation. Our university, approximately so far 140 years ago. Under the 𝐻𝐶, we have International Buddhist Study College. So now I'm former director of this college. I just retired for one day in order to dedicate my life to practice meditation. Of course, the thing we have done so far, we've been to many countries along with my lecturer, meditator, mindfulness master, inspire people to practice meditation, just as in Hungary, Spain, and this month we are going to Rome to share our experiences with Christian monks in there. The way we try to do, we try to bring science to prove Buddhism. See, is the way we try to bring science to prove Buddhism. Because the people in this era, they would like to know exactly what is the result when we practice meditation so hard. I never know that result anymore. So we bring brain wave to check the brain all the time. My students, they practice meditation for 1 year. They're all being here with us. Of course, I appreciate here the King of Bhutan try to bring mindfulness to establish Kelepu Mindfulness City. And of course, mindfulness, that is foundation to build this city more effectively. And my topic today is that effect of four foundation of mindfulness based intervention on the mindfulness level of international practitioner, which means there are too many my students. They come from 33 countries around the world to learn at my university. When we inspire them all, one subject, you have to practice meditation for 45 days before you will complete PhD. There are too many questions appear inside their mind. Why I have to practice meditation? I'm so young. What is the real reason you have to bring me to go to practice meditation on the top of the mountain? So that's why I have to do research, to show them all, to give them an answer why we have to practice meditation. That is our research. I do research with psychologists to prove the result of doing meditation in terms of Mahasatipatthana Sutta. So bullet today will be the first one, research problem. The second one, objective. The third one, research participants. The fourth one, how to practice insight meditation or Vipassana. And the last one, I will let you know what is the result of that. Before we practice meditation, I bring them all because I try to do pre-test. What is going on? What about your mind? What about your character? Come on, I will check everything about you. So when I check about it, you will see everything. This pain point I check, that is the problem, appear inside their mind. For example, aggressive, bias. Below there will be fear, stress, anxiety, angry, things like that. Then I will choose and bring them all to go to practice meditation on the top of the mountain for 1 month altogether. That is the research objective, to examine the effect of a 15 or 1 month of retreat. The second one, to assess change in psychological distress. The last one, to explore the relationship between mindfulness and psychological distress. That's our objective. This is 70 research participants from 10 countries. We brought them all to go to practice meditation together. We wake up in the morning, 2 a.m. Then breakfast, 6 a.m. We practice meditation. 1 p.m. we start practice meditation until at night, midnight. So we check everything about them all. This is the way we bring from the problem they got, from mindfulness level, observing, describing, acting with awareness, non-judging, and non-reactivity. But in the part of psychological distress, we check depression, anxiety, stress. Everything comes from my student, from 15 days to 1 month. How to practice insight meditation? Of course, we use Mahasatipatthana. Mahasatipatthana, the first one, observe physical body. Soil, water, fire, wind, we observe that phenomena. 4 elements. The second one, we observe emotion. The third one, we observe our thoughts. The last one, we observe phenomena. That one is 4 foundation. The way we observe everything as they are. Don't control anything. Don't control your mind. Just see everything as they are. Don't control your emotion. Observe it until that phenomena disappear. But main meditation object will be body. It's the way we train them all. This is mindful-based learning. We apply Mahasatipatthana to be like this, mindfulness-based learning. The first one, the way we practice chanting meditation, this is the way we practice. The second one, sitting meditation. This monk, my student from Rome, he is a Christian monk who come to practice meditation with me. He is PhD student at my university. This is sitting meditation. The sitting meditation, sitting meditation, and walking meditation, standing meditation, listening meditation, to clear the Dhamma inside their mind. Then we interview them all. After every day when they practice meditation, we all interview them and give them suggestions in order to get progress from that. They have too many questions. Ask mindfulness master directly. So what is the result of that? I will show you 2 or 3 minutes from now. Overall change in mindfulness level. You will see mindfulness level increase all the time. 15-day increase and 1 month increase. You will check observing increase, describing awareness, non-judging, and non-reactivity. That one is increased all the time. So this one as well, 30 days, everything is increased all the time. This is depression, anxiety, stress level that is decreased every time. You will see that phenomena that's decreased. 15-day decrease, 30-day decrease, depression, anxiety, stress. This relationship between mindfulness and psychological distress. You will see mindfulness level increase all the time, but stress, anxiety, depression decrease all the time when we practice meditation. The thing I would like to do, what is my intention when I retire from my university? I would like to do Nibbana Wellness Complex. That is come from my experiences. I practice meditation, but one thing appeared inside my mind. I went to teach meditation in various countries. There are too many requirements they would like to practice. So this is Nibbana Wellness Complex I will establish in my temple in Bangkok. That is my dream I would like to do before I pass away. And of course, I would like to bring your attention, maybe whenever you go to Thailand, I would like you all to join Nibbana Complex, my wellness complex together. Thank you for your kind intention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hansa Nitibudniagun. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. We all know, as I said, it's not rocket science. It's there available for us to verify, validate, and feel for ourselves that it is our negativity. We always say, you made me miserable. No, 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 no. It's your nasty thought about that person that makes your day miserable. It's not the other person. Somebody may have said something yesterday. He appears in front of you. He doesn't need to do anything to make you miserable. Just a nasty thought in your head. That's good enough. And Venerable was trying to connect this with mindfulness, being aware of that nasty thought. Because most of the time, we rely on our sense perceptions. Sense perceptions do not require wisdom. It's a dog seeing food, a man seeing food, no wisdom required because that's the design of nature. You don't require thing. So therefore, when you touch fire, you feel the pain, that doesn't require wisdom. But to turn the table around and feel that you are the creator of your own negativity, your own misery, that needs a little bit of reflection. That needs wisdom, and that's all about meditation. And thank you. I would like to once again thank Venerable for making that very clear. And I hope that the audience today here will walk out of this session with that sense of clarity so that we become mindful of our thoughts and emotions and feelings on a moment-to-moment basis. That's the solution. That's the solution to every problem. And if we are mindful, then what goes in comes out through our behavior. And with your mindfulness, whatever you do touches the heart of the other person. And that's what good behavior, morality, ethics is all about. So I'm hopeful that this audience will walk out of this room with that positive mindset. Thank you once again. So we now move on to the second speaker, Bhikkhu Kesara. He will speak on the effectiveness of mindfulness Vipassana meditation guided by Rathavidita Sutra, establishing long-term emotional well-being and happiness for meditation practitioners. The floor is yours, Venerable.
Good afternoon, most venerable Mahasangha, distinguished scholars, and honorary guests. I'm a Bhikkhu Kesara from Myanmar. My topic is the effectiveness of mindfulness Vipassana meditation. The topic is a little long, guided by Rathavidita Sutta. Mindfulness Vipassana meditation, a practice rooted in Theravada Buddhism, is widely recognized for fostering emotional well-being and happiness. Rathavidita Sutta, which means discourse on the release or chariots of Majjhima Nikaya, or the Pali Canon, outlines 7 stages of purification, leading to liberation, Nibbana, offering a structured framework for spiritual progress. Rathavidita Sutta's guides on Vipassana meditation, which is usually translated insight meditation. The teachings of Rathavidita Sutta on the stages of purification integrate with the progress of insight. Purification of bhakti contributes to the establishment of moral ground, which leads to the purification of mind. Purification of view promotes cognitive restructuring and healthier perspectives, whereas higher purifications foster insights into impermanence and non-self, enabling release of negative patterns. The Sutta's emphasis on non-attachments align with the goal of mindfulness Vipassana meditation, which is complete destruction of mental defilements. The integration of Rathavidita Sutta's guides into mindfulness Vipassana meditation offers structured stages of purification to achieve long-term emotional and psychological well-being of the meditation practitioners. Vipassana meditation, Vipassana or insight meditation, cultivates wisdom by directly observing reality through mindfulness, which is in Pali, which is called sati, and clear comprehension, which is called sambhasanya. Mahasatipatthana Sutta directs this awareness to 4 foundations, as Ajahn have already explained: body, kaya, feelings, vedana, mind state, ciktas, and mental object, Dhamma. Through sustained observation within these fields, the practitioner experientially understands the 3 characteristics: nature, dukkha, anatta, which undermine clinging and leads toward liberation. Modern practice methods, such as that detailed by Mahasi Sayadaw, often employ mental noting or labeling to support precise moment-to-moment awareness of these phenomena as they arise and cease. Rathavanita Sutta, 7 purifications and progress of insight. The Rathavanita Sutta provides a foundational structure for the path, outlining 7 interdependent stages of purification. It is called Satta Visuddhi, culminating in Nibbana. This sequence frames the development of insight knowledges, which is called Vipassana Jnana, as detailed in the commentary tradition and modern influential practice guides. Purification of virtues and purification of mind. This is the 2 most important purification. Purification of virtue, it is called Sila Visuddhi, establishes the indispensable ethical foundation, promoting non-remorse and mental stability. Second purification, the purification of mind, which is called Citta Visuddhi, develops sufficient concentration, samadhi, whether through absorption or powerful momentary concentration, which is called Khanika Samadhi, arising from insight practice to overcome the 5 hindrances. 5 hindrances. It is very important to remove 5 hindrances to attain enlightenment. But because of time constraint, I will continue. The third and the fourth purification is the purification of view and purification by overcoming doubt. Purification of view, which is very, very important, according to Theravada perspective, attains correct insight into mind and matter, nama and rupa, as distant yet conditioned process, overcoming personality view, which is Sakaya deity. It's a cause of birth and death, the cause of wandering through samsara, Sakaya deity. This corresponds to the first insight knowledge, which is called analytical knowledge of body and mind. It is Nama Rupa Parichira Jnana in Pali. And the fourth purification by overcoming doubts. In Pali, it is called Gankha Vitarana Visuddhi, dispel doubt regarding conditionality, Parichat Samubhada, through direct perception. This stage encompasses knowledge by discerning conditionality. It is called Pichya Parika Jnana. These 2 jnana is the most fundamental in the Vipassana practice. Analytical knowledge of body and mind, Nama Rupa Parichira Jnana, and knowledge by discerning conditionality, Pichya Parika Jnana. This is the most important and the most fundamental knowledge in insight meditation or Vipassana meditation. I will continue. Purification by knowledge of what is path and not path. In Pali, it is called Mega Jnana Dasana Visuddhi. It is start with knowledge or comprehension. It is called Samasana Jnana. Samasana Jnana is knowledge or comprehension. It is the first Vipassana Jnana, the first knowledge or insight meditation. It is called knowledge or comprehension, Samasamana Jnana, which observes the 3 universal characteristics of impermanence, anicca, suffering, dukkha, and non-self, anatta. These are the real nature of mind and matter, nama and rupa, and develop the crucial ability to discern the true path of insight from the potentially captivating but misleading corruption of insight. It is called, in Pali tradition, Vipassanupa Kilesa. This purification is aligned with the knowledge of arising and passing away. It is called Uddiyabhya Jnana. Uddiyabhya Jnana is arising and passing away of nama and rupa. Another is the purification of knowledge and vision are the cause of the practice. In Pali, Pariparajnana Dasana Visuddhi represent the main progression through the mature insight knowledges, confirming the practitioner is on the right course. This stage covers knowledge of dissolution. It is called Bhanga Jnana. And through 14, there are 16 stages of insight knowledge. So from 5th to 14, it is called maturity knowledge. It's Gutrapu Jnanas. Gutrapu Jnana is supramundane knowledge because by this knowledge, the practitioners see the Nibbana, Gutrapu Jnana, for the first time. It's a very deep and very difficult to explain. I will continue. Purification by knowledge and vision. It is the last purification. It is called Jnana Darsana Visuddhi. It is supramundane knowledge and supramundane purification. The combination identifying with the supramundane path knowledge, it is called Magga and fruition knowledge, Phala that directly realize Nibbana. So integrated purification and insight, a personal perspective. Examining sustained personal practice through the combined lens of the Sattva Visuddhi and Vipassana Jnana frameworks reveals their synergistic value in navigating the complexity of the path toward insight and long-term well-being. The foundational stages, virtue and concentration, Sila and Citta Visuddhi, the most fundamental purification. Without Sila Visuddhi, without the purification of virtue, without the purification of mind, cannot have the purification of view, purification by overcoming doubt. Some higher purification cannot attain without having the purification of Sila and purification of Citta. The indispensable nature of Sila Visuddhi became experientially evident early in practice. So I will continue. The dawn of wisdom, view and overcoming doubts, deity and Vitarana Visuddhi. Because this slide is redundant, I will continue. Skip. So I try to sum it. Conclusion. Implication for practice and research. This exploration, integrated textual analysis, Ratha Vinita Sutta, Aman 24, Majjhima Nikaya 24 Sutta, and Mahasatipatthana Sutta, Majjhima Nikaya, the 10th Sutta, and Visuddhimagga, and the practical insight map of Mahasi Sayadaw, and personal contemplative inquiry, underscore the value of the Ratha Vinita Sutta's 7 stages of purification as a foundational framework for Vipassana meditation. The framework provides a coherent structure that aligns closely with the experiential unfolding of insight knowledges, Vipassana Jnana, clarifying the interdependent roles of virtue, concentration, and wisdom. This structure map offers invaluable orientation for practitioners, enhancing discernment, fostering resilience through challenging stages, and supporting the sustained effort necessary for removing mental defilements and cultivating long-term psychological well-being. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Venerable Ksara. I think that was an elaborate explanation about Vipassana, which is very technical in nature. But I think in the interest of the audience, I would like to make it available in a layman's language so that it becomes intelligible. I may little tone down the language into something that you and I can relate it to our own experience. I think what we need to realize that is that we are human beings. And the reality is that we have a body, we have a mind. And human pursuit of fulfillment is constant. We are all the time pursuing fulfillment in some ways. Somebody's fulfillment may be money, somebody's fulfillment may be name and fame, but we are seeking fulfillment without realizing that we are the coexistence of the mind and the body. We have two entities here. One is the body, one is the mind. To understand the body, to a large extent, as I said, sense perceptions are good enough. But Vipassana talks about something that is about the inner technology. Sadhguru says inner engineering, but I wouldn't use that word here, inner engineering, but I think inner well-being is a very good word. Inner technology, that you are aware that you are not just the body, you are also the mind. And the need of the body and the need of the mind are two different things. We confuse in fulfilling the needs. We assume fulfilling the need of the body will automatically get fulfilled the need of the mind. No. You have to fulfill the need of the mind over and above fulfilling the need of the body. That's where we're lacking. This needs wisdom. This needs a little bit of turnaround, reflection, introspection, that we need to focus on to how our mind functions. And again, as I said, mind, yes, it is subtle, but if we pay attention, what is the mind? Mind is your thoughts, mind is your emotions, mind is your feelings. So I think Vipassana was all about watching the mind and being aware of what's running high in your thing. So thank you once again. Now the last speaker is 𝐶𝐡𝐮 Lotus, and he will talk on the 4 placements of mindfulness in Mahayana traditions with the emphasis on wisdom of emptiness. Thank you.
Enthused by Greek compassion, you taught the immaculate Dharma. To dispel all perverted views, to you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Respected venerables, guest speakers, and participants, I would like to begin by expressing gratitude to the organizers for allowing me to share my thoughts and ideas at this very important Vajrayana conference. I'm not an expert on this topic, but as a learner, I will try to share my thoughts and ideas. The 4 placement of mindfulness, or the Satipatthana Sutta, is a foundational text on mindfulness, outlines a path to overcome suffering and attain happiness. It is one of the most important sutras for study, reflection, and meditation. It is the 10th discourse of the Majjhima Nikaya of the Pali Canon. Satipatthana means the firm establishment of mindfulness. The 4 placements of mindfulness are the mindfulness of the body, feeling, mind, and phenomena, as my fellow speakers have already mentioned. These 4 serve as skillful means for observing the nature of our experience, and they form a core part of both Theravada and the Mahayana path. In the Mahayana tradition, however, mindfulness is not practiced in isolation. It is integrated with profound insight, especially the understanding of emptiness, also known as shunyata. Therefore, to deepen our understanding of mindfulness in this context, we must also explore a central question: what exactly is wisdom of emptiness? To understand this, we must first reflect on a fundamental question, that is, what is the purpose of life? Whatever our answers may be, they ultimately point toward the pursuit of genuine happiness. However, the happiness we often seek in daily life is neither stable nor lasting. If we truly aspire for enduring happiness, we must begin by transforming our perception, because from the Buddhist perspective, we are under the sway of a deep-seated misconception. We perceive all phenomena as truly existing. To transform this perception, we need to understand the nature of ultimate reality. In the Madhyamika tradition, ultimate reality refers to the understanding of phenomena at a subtle level, not merely as they appear, but as they truly are. The closer we investigate the nature of any object, the more we uncover its lack of inherent existence. As Arya Nagarjuna said in precious garland, or Ratnavali, if the mirage were to be water, why not those close by the mirage see water? To explain this, I've shared an image on this slide. Madhyamika explains ultimate reality through the profound doctrine of emptiness, which does not mean nothingness, but the absence of inherent existence. Instead, the central insight of emptiness is the principle of dependent arising. The understanding that all composite phenomena arise in dependence upon causes and conditions, paths and designations. It is clearly mentioned in the Rice Seedling Sutra, also known as Salistamba Sutra. This realization forms the philosophical and experiential basis for the practice of mindfulness in the Mahayana tradition, which I will now explore in more detail. One of the standard Mahayana treatises that addresses the practice of the 4 placements of mindfulness is the Ornament of Clear Realization, or Abhisamaya Lankara, composed by Arya Maitreya, and other being the Noble Perfection of Wisdom in 25,000 lines, also known as Panchuvimshatika Sahasrika Pragyaparamita Sutra. In this text, the fourfold mindfulness is presented in 2 distinct modes, the common presentation and the uncommon presentation. The former is common to both the Theravada and Mahayana traditions and refers to the general meditative approach of directing mindfulness towards specific object. In contrast, the latter is unique to the Mahayana path and characterizes the contemplation of these domains through the profound view of emptiness and dependent origination, also known as Pratitya Samudpada. This uncommon approach does not merely involve observational awareness, but integrates the insight that all phenomena lack inherent existence and arise dependently. In this extract from the Panchuvimshatika Sahasrika Pragyaparamita Sutra, the Buddha clearly indicated his disciple to practice the 4 mindfulness without apprehending anything as inherently existent. Mindfulness of the body. In this practice, the object is to be seen in 2 ways, as the characterized, the body as a constructed object, and as the characteristic, the qualities it displays, such as impermanence or impurity. This was also slightly touched upon by Venerable Dorje Lopan Duyun during the guided meditation. In early Buddhist frameworks, the body is often meditated upon as impure, composed of various unattractive elements to counteract attachment and cultivate attachment and detachment. Here, the body is the characterized and its impure nature is the characteristics. When one sees through the lens of the wisdom of emptiness, one goes a step further. The body is not only impure, but also empty of inherent existence. It arises dependently through causes and conditions, namely the 5 aggregates, and lacks any permanent independent self. Mindfulness of the body then becomes an entry point for realizing that what we cling to as my body is merely a conventional designation on a dynamic, interdependent process. By observing the body in this way, one transcends both attachment and aversion, arriving at a more profound insight into the non-dual nature of form and emptiness. As famously expressed in the Heart Sutra, form is empty, emptiness is form. Mindfulness of the feeling. This practice involves observing feelings, pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral, as forms of suffering. By applying the view of emptiness, we understand that feelings are not fixed entities, but arise dependently through contact between subject and object. Realizing their empty and transient nature helps us loosen reactivity and cultivate equanimity. Mindfulness of the mind. Here the mind is seen as impermanent and ever-changing. Happy, sad, calm, or agitated states arise in constant flux. By recognizing that the mind lacks a fixed essence and arises dependently, we see its emptiness. This helps reduce identification with thoughts and emotions, allowing for greater mental clarity and liberation. mindfulness of phenomena. This involves observing all phenomena as selfless and empty of inherent existence. Through the lens of dependent origination, we realize that nothing exists independently. This practice directly challenges self-grasping ignorance, paving the way for insight into the true nature of reality. The three characteristics of existence, also known as three lakhana in Pali Canon, which are impermanence, suffering, and non-self, and the four seals, or Chatur Lakshana, in Mahayana Buddhism, offers frameworks that align with and deepen Satipatthana practice, guiding practitioners towards wisdom and liberation. The union of calm abiding and special insight plays a vital role in the practice of the four placements of mindfulness. One must cultivate both shamatha, or calm abiding, and vipassana, special insight. Shamatha, the development of the single-pointed concentration, provides the stable, undistracted attention necessary to observe phenomena clearly. However, concentration alone is not enough. As the Buddha warned, cultivation of meditative stability alone will not destroy the discrimination of inherent existence. Afflictive emotions can return, making all sorts of disturbances. This underscores that vipassana, the insight into the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature of phenomena, is essential. Without wisdom, deep states of calm may temporarily suppress afflictions, but they will re-emerge. Thus, the union of shamatha and vipassana is crucial. In conclusion, the practice of the four placements of mindfulness, when integrated with the Mahayana understanding of emptiness, becomes a powerful path of transformation by observing the body, feelings, mind, and phenomena through the lens of impurity, suffering, impermanence, and selflessness, all accompanied by the understanding of emptiness. We cultivate not only moment-to-moment awareness, but also deep wisdom. The union of shamatha and vipassana dismantles the illusion of inherent existence and leads to the realization of ultimate reality. If we seek lasting happiness and get rid of miseries, this is the way, through mindfulness guided by emptiness. Thank you.
With this, we come to the last session of today, the formal sessions that was planned. I think the last speaker, spoke on the mindfulness. And when we talk about mindfulness, I think basically what we are saying is you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are not the emotions, you are not the thoughts, because you are aware of your body, mind, and thoughts, right? Whatever you are aware of, that is not your true nature. So in Sanskrit, ahankar means identity. You're not supposed to identify with your body, with your mind, because these are all accumulations. So in a nutshell, I think, when you introspect, you hit a core where you reach a point which is beyond words, which is ineffable, which is where language becomes inadequate to describe the reality. And in Buddhism, this is called anatta, anatma, or the selflessness. With this, I would like to thank all the wonderful panelists here, and then I also would like to welcome our Abhijit Haldarji, Director General, International Buddhist Confederation from India. Welcome, sir, to this August gathering. Thank you.
Shri Abhijit Haldarji, Director General of IBC. From a busy schedule, you have been here. Thank you very much. Though you have a chair to have a panel, still our Honorable Lungtin has done a wonderful chair. And I would, as we have a four speaker, I would allow you to have a few minutes to have your views on the mindfulness.
Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much, and I must apologize for not being here on time. That's because of certain commitments, and commitments are all to do with Dhamma, actually speaking, which I'll tell you later on. But my heart was always constantly pulling me towards Thimphu for this conference. And, I was supposed to be here yesterday, but I eventually made it today. And the reason for this was to be in the company of all of you, enlightenment people who have gathered here, the most venerable members of the Sangha, heads of monasteries, abbots, scientists, philosophers, academicians, scholars, and the Dhamma friends, brothers and sisters, bhikkhus and bhikkhunis. I must say that there couldn't have been a better place than this beautiful kingdom, which is known for a high happiness index, gross national happiness index. Happiness is a state of mind. And that's what we are trying to achieve when we talk about meditation, when we talk about mindfulness, when we talk about using or resorting to scientific means of eventually achieving enlightenment or happiness. So it's all about the mind. At the same time, we live in a world which is mired in conflict, war, ecological disaster, climate change. When we talk about conflict, I'm not talking about the larger conflict, not about the conflict between Ukraine and Russia or what you see in Palestine and Israel or what you recently witnessed for a short while between India and Pakistan. The conflict I'm talking about is the conflict which is ingrained in our societies, in our communities, in our families, within us. This is to do with ethnic differences. This is to do with religious differences. This is to do with social inequalities. It is to do with health-related problems. It is to do with mental issues. And all of this, along with the climate change, for which we are also responsible, leads to large-scale migration of people. And that, in turn, causes a lot of transnational criminal activities. It's a dot which is connected to the worst kind of disaster which humanity can ever face. And it's all our creation. And this is where the role of the Dhamma becomes very critical. For us to convey to the larger community, the Buddha always said that the Dhamma is meant for ordinary people. And there are a lot of writings of the Buddha where he mentions that, how lay people, men and women, living in normal societies, have practiced the Dhamma. The myth about completely isolating yourself from the society, going up in the hills or in a forest to achieve enlightenment is true. But then you got to come back to civilization and spread it out among people. So Sariputta, one of the disciples of the Buddha, specifically gives an example. And he says that there may be a person who's in a forest, but his mind would be probably full of defilement and impurities. Whereas there is an individual living in a regular society, in a town, where you have a very complex mix of negative forces. But this man, he has a mind which is clear in terms of transparency, in terms of purity, does not have any defilement. So among the two, the man in the town is certainly superior to the one who's in the forest. Not only that, the man in the town is also spreading what he's learning among people around him, whereas the man in the forest is sort of selfish. He's doing it for himself. As I said, unless he comes down and meets others and spreads his message. So basically, I think all of us practitioners here should make it a point in any and every way possible to cut across this myth and convince people around us that, the relevance of Dhamma is so important in today's time. When we talk about mindfulness and meditation, the Buddha would tell the disciples, "O bhikkhus, there are two problems in the world, two types of illnesses. One is the physical illness, the other is the mental illness." And then he would say that the physical illness is something you can get over with. You can keep it away from you for a day, 2 days, 10 days, maybe a whole lifetime. But mental illness, there is no single soul who is not rid of this mental illness. And this is where the essence of mind comes in. And all his work about Vipassana and mindfulness, all of you Gurujis, such knowledgeable people, know so much about it. I don't even intend going into that area. But just to say that these are practices which we need to proliferate to the extent possible. And it is happening. People do understand remotely, somewhere or the other. There is a desperation for them to get into this particular zone. I had visited a small town called Monterrey in Mexico, which is about 1.5 hours flight from Mexico City. And I was speaking on a particular topic where I had to add in a little bit of Vipassana. And I thought, the people here must be thinking I'm an alien, talking about a word called Vipassana, and they wouldn't know anything about it. And just before I went in, I Googled and to see if anybody knows anything about Vipassana. There were 7 centers, Vipassana centers, in that little town. And I later on, sat with all the 5 of them and had a discussion. So it's there, and we need to just do that little push. In the end, without taking time, just wanted to say, one of the things which IBC, International Buddhist Confederation, does in terms of reawakening or keeping the light on in terms of Buddha Dhamma and its relevance is that we take the holy relic of the Buddha, which is in India, in different cities, to different countries. And it is mesmerizing. I tell you, I mean, any one of you, some of you, I think the Holy Venerables have been to these relic visits. It's amazing. And, so we took the relic in 2022 to Mongolia. And it was just for 7 days that we took it. And then we were told by the Mongolians that, no, you got to extend it for 14 days because people are coming by road on foot for 4 or 5 days from remote corners to see the relic. So we had to extend it for those many days. 2024, last year, in January and February and March, we took the relic to Thailand, to 4 cities. About 5 million people actually visited the relics. Now comes the reason why I got late was we had sent the holy relic from Sarnath to Vietnam on the 2nd of May. And it was supposed to return on the 21st of May to India. The Vietnamese government requested us saying that no way, it's not going back. It's going to be here till June 2nd. And we have a lot of protocols, so we actually had to tactfully refuse till the Vietnamese Prime Minister wrote to our Prime Minister requesting for that extension, and it had to be extended. So June 2, yesterday, last night, 10 p.m., the relic arrived from Vietnam, and I had to be there to receive that relic. And you'd be surprised that in 9 cities across Vietnam, how many people saw the relic or visited the relic? We're talking about 5 million in Thailand. It was 18 million, 18 million. It really shocked us. Throngs of people, 5 kilometer long line in rain, standing passionately to just visit the relic. So as IBC, we try to do this to, at least we feel satisfied that 18 million people have actually woken up to realize what is Dhamma and what is Buddha all about. Rest of it, I'm sure they will manage on their own. Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, DJ Saab. Thank you very much. I know you all are drained out with all the wisdoms of mindfulness, but there are so many important and great learned professors, teachers who want to share their wisdom, their experience with you. This one I will talk tomorrow. This one, I think, is a very interesting teacher, Dolpo Rinpoche here in front of us. He's going to share his experiences at the down floor in the meditations. There will be a session by His Eminence, Dolpo Trikul Rinpoche. Session will include a brief talk on the benefits of pure appearance meditation, followed by the guided breathing yoga, very interesting meditation session. This session will be moderated by Dr. Ian Becker, great professor also, together with Rinpoche. We would like you to encourage all the participants to join this session. Please don't miss the session. We'll immediately go from here to downstairs to attend the meditations. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, it's working. Hello, hello. Working. 아니요. 콜로디 아니면 콜레스. 콜로디 콜레스. 먹어. 이렇게.
So where should I sit down? There's some more people coming, so we'll wait another 5 minutes. Is that right? Yeah, I think you have to wait another
We're just going to wait a couple more minutes. There's some people on their way. So it's better, I think, if we begin when everyone's here rather than having too many people coming in late. I'm not sure that's working.
Hello, hello.
So I don't know if everybody heard that, but we're just going to wait a couple more minutes because there are some people on the way. And rather than having people coming in late, it's probably better if we begin all together. I know it's been a very long day, but it's a great treat to have Dopo Tuku here. So let me just send a message to the people who told me they're almost here.
야, 토가슈님. 거기. 미토메? 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 하나.
Few more minutes? Or you want to start? Yeah. Okay. So I think there. So good evening. There will be still some people, I think, coming in, but I think it's better in the interest of time that we begin. So it's a great privilege to have Dopo Tuku, having come from the Kathmandu Valley in Nepal, as he did for the last, the fourth Vajrayana Buddhism conference a few years ago. And so I don't need to press, right? Okay, you can all hear me, right? Okay. So, in case you didn't at first, it's a great pleasure and an honor to have Dopo Tuku Rinpoche, having come from Kathmandu Valley in Nepal, to share his very, very special way that he has integrated breathing practice across disciplines into his teachings and transmission. So just to say a few words in background. So Dopo Tuku, so Dopo, for those of you who know, is a region of Nepal on the borders with Tibet. And Dopo Tuku was recognized as the reincarnation at a very young age of the previous, I forget how many, but there are many. First of all, I'd like to say that if you go to the website, dopotuku.org, there's a tremendous amount of really interesting information about his biography. So it would be too much to try to recount it, but when Rinpoche has shared that in the past, it's fascinating. The way, for example, at the age of 8 years old, he secretly followed his grandfather. He was supposed to be out herding the goats and the. Do you not mind, Rinpoche, if I don't like that? So it was a wonderful story. So, as Rinpoche said, before he was recognized, he himself felt so drawn that he actually snuck secretly at the age of 8, following his grandfather on a pilgrimage to receive the Kala Chakra initiation in India. But of course, if he'd asked, no one would have let him go. So he followed secretly through the Himalayas, and when he felt it was safe, like the next day, to reveal himself, he did. And at that point, it was kind of too late to send him back. So Rinpoche was able to receive the Kala Chakra initiation in India at a very young age. And when he returned, he was also recognized by Dingpo Khyentse Rinpoche, who was the great Rajguru, essentially, of Bhutan, as the reincarnation of the previous Dopo Tuku. And since that time, Dopo Tuku has done a tremendous amount of activities in Nepal. One of the main ones that he's doing now is opening a new Sanku retreat center, which will also be a secondary school. It will also be a higher institute of Vajrayana Buddhist training. Many, many activities. But Dopo Tuku has also taught extensively internationally. I had the great honor a couple times when he was teaching in Norway to work together with him as he taught this very extraordinary way in which he has integrated Mysore-style Hatha Yoga, together with the Trulkhor, the Salung Trulkhor Tibetan Yoga from the Namcha tradition, as now transmitted in South India, as well as he's going to be sharing with us today the particular movements and breathing practices from the Ratnalingpa transmission. So Rinpoche, because he has studied and practiced so widely, has been able to kind of integrate and create a new synthesis. Pranayama with Salung, as well as bringing traditional Trulkhor exercises at which he is extraordinarily adept, but actually integrating that, which is what he's found, that there are aspects of Hatha Yoga, as we are more commonly aware of it in the West, as something more suitable for a lot of his students today. So I don't want to take up really more time, but I just want to say that it's a great pleasure that Rinpoche will be sharing a method that, as he said, it combines breath work, stretching, and meditation, and it can be done in kind of the course of 30 minutes, and it's something that can be integrated with any other practice that one tends to be doing. And from all of his experience teaching this in the past, it has a very rejuvenative effect on the immune system, so it has a lot of health benefits, as well as being a foundation for spiritual practice, whatever level that might be. And just as a final note, I would like to say that, even from the academic research that's been done now, Hatha Yoga has often been thought of as a Hindu form of yoga, but it's not the case. So a lot of the research that has been done over the last 10 years has revealed it as something that developed within a Vajrayana Buddhist milieu in India. And therefore, although we may be more familiar with it in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, etc., it's very clear that the Amrita Siddhi, this attainment of the nectar of immortality, which has now been recognized as one of the source texts of physical Hatha Yoga, was actually developed in a Buddhist context, certainly in dialogue with other Indic traditions at that time. So what Rinpoche is doing is kind of bringing back that lost history of Hatha Yoga in its Buddhist origins and integrating that into his teachings today. So Rinpoche, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
So, thank you for introducing me. And today, I will not tell so much about the background of this practice. I just briefly, I want to share with you how I engage with this practice. When I was age of 14, I was very ill, and I have a very difficult to breathe properly. And I ended up for a week in Bangalore. I was taking medicine, different things. It never cured me. And after that, one time, my guru, Tuang Pema Norbu, he suggests me to do it, Tsalung practice, for 1 month. And then I did it. After, when we finish all the practice, and that's the time to get back from those monks who went to a holiday. And all they are saying, oh, you looks better, you looks fine. And I didn't thought about it. Then I look at myself, oh, where I can take, the breathing problem is not there, and I have a back. People used to call me Larkin, the old monk, because I have a, how to call it? Hunchback. So that's also its release. So that was really, usually I used to tell that I don't have a great realization, but I got a lot of benefit from the 𝐂𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧 yoga. And then, since that, I was very drawn into 𝐶𝐿ung practice. So there is some practice based on Ratnalingpa and also 𝐷𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴 𝐶𝐿. So different 𝐶𝐿ung I engage and practiced. And also Mysore yoga and Hatha yoga, many different traditions I learn it. I'm not a scholar, but certain exercise I'm quite good with that. Then there is one problem it start. When I do stretching, I felt like I'm missing meditations. When I sit and meditate, I felt like I need stretching. Then when I do stretching and meditation, but I felt like I should do it something practice which is activating my immune system. So then I was very, diligently I'm doing this and this and this, and sometimes it takes more than an hour or 2 hours sometimes. So the time is not really helping with me. So always, at least 3 or 4 years, I'm doing practice, but at the end, always I have down there, I have something still don't feel complete. I felt like I need stretching. Or as I said, sometimes I need meditation. So then I create actually for myself that which included everything. So then, based on my experience, I began to include it. So in 35 minutes, I can do my stretching and meditation and also activating immune system through the breathings. So that's I created. And after some years, I began to travel different countries, and then people come, oh, can you teach something that I have back pain and here. Then, of course, again, I have to always check with them, do they have empowerment or how I can teach them. Then, I just teach which I create for myself. And slowly, it seems like a lot of people, they are getting, they like it. And then one of the person here, Dr. 𝐼𝐿𝐴 also, he encouraged me to teach this in conference here. Actually, I prepared some academic topic, but then, okay, if you say, then I start to teach that. And then again this year, actually, I prepared some other topic, but again, they suggest to teach this practice. So anyway, okay, so please sit meditation posture. So now I'm not going to explain so much. You just have to follow what I will guide you, okay? So first you sit Vajra posture, half Vajra posture, okay? And then you can take it, your butt a little bit out. It helps you, okay? So means your down has to be grounded. If you have a very tight trouser, everything, then you have to force your lower back always. That become very, it can be big obstacle to sit meditation posture. And then slowly you can take your shoulder back, chest in front, but relax, okay? And then we have to use 4 techniques while you exhale and inhale. First, you have to breathe only through your nose, not mouth, 1. Second, use your throat. And 4th, you fill up your rib cage, okay? And then make it sound, very mild snoring sound like this. So you make it sound in throat, so that automatically your breath become deep exhale and inhale, okay? So first, based on these 4 techniques, so please, hands like that, and put it back, and hold here, okay? And feel from your palm, feel your lung, okay? And relax. Inhale deep. Fill up your chest. Exhale. Relax your shoulder and chest. Inhale deep. Close your eyes, feel the sensation. Feel your palm or face, skin, feel sensation from your lips, tongue. Lüt ambanya varshane. 팅에 잠시게 낭네 류설타모 라셈송니슈 Then next, hold your rib cage, and then open it. Open, okay? Open. And again with the 4 technique, three times. Okay, inhale. Close your eyes, feel the sensation. So if you receive the teaching the Mahamudra, also Dzogchen, or view of middle path, Madhyamika. So slowly when you get calm and relax, forcelessly enter into emptiness and just be there, without falling dualistic thought. Stay there. And that's how the wind activate your high level of the realizations. And now, the next, just inhale. Touch your shoulder, your ear, and relax. Close your eyes. Feel the relaxation. Just be a watcher. Don't give any force to change your body, or don't search what you are feeling. Just be a watcher. Now, cross your hand outside, finger, and then put it at the back. Straight arm, straight your spine, and look a little up. And with the 4 technique, okay? Inhale. Fill up your ribcage, chest. And relax. Drop your hand and relax. Feel the sensation from your arm. And next exercise, again, same, and bring straight your elbow, straight your spine, and then lean at the back. Go ahead, back, and then 3 times. Relax. And next, as this morning Rinpoche said, press this ring finger down and make it Vajra fist, okay? And hold here and relax. Inhale deep. Straight, not like that, straight, okay? Inhale. And relax. Enjoy the sensation. Okay, so after doing these exercises, and the next exercises is very important, but first you have to do this exercise, then you know how to do it, you know. Now one of the best things to release your back pain, that exercise goes so you are bringing the breathing force from behind and bring until here, like you know, when you yawn, like, so you feel it like something lifting up. So this exactly you need here, okay? So this is very good to release your back pain, okay? So, hold, relax your shoulder blade and upper back. This is very good to release your back pain. Now, which you are holding stress, hatred, or depressed, you know, as this morning Rinpoche explained that soklung, life force wind. So if we have too much thought, if we are keeping so much tense, so, you know, look at the body, when you think too much, and it keeps certain level of the breathing in your nervous system, especially near the heart. So that's why very often when you are angry, something not, things are not going well, then you have to do it. So body is telling you to release tension and thoughts and breathe normal. So that is big kind of signal. So therefore, this is, you know, I can't show it, but through your practice, so you have to know how to release, how to deal with this breathing, okay? So what you have to do is, please, if you have a heart surgery, do it very gently, okay? Then inhale. Now bring here, force bring here. You feel it, there is something blockage, some kind of pain, but you pull this up until here, okay? Like, relax, feel the sensation. Chorwa temban yawarsha, chorwa tamu la Samsung, chorwa tamu de chuk buwa nangshin kale, chorwa de pa ye yong de, ani di yolwa dang nam to yang chöji yung su yolwa du nyam do, tene rang rang so su lami tamga tembi tong ne, ani nyam len jingang la löji shu. So when you feel like sparkling, in your body, and that let it come down, and that is leading your conceptual thought. It's bring more subtle and subtle and subtle, and after a while, you can't follow anymore. And that is the great chance to fall into Dharma Dhatu. So that's why those Mahasiddha are using the breathing technique. Okay? So that's a very simple, and the meditator or the yoga practitioner, when for them, they get it immediately what I'm saying it. So if you are not a bit familiar for meditation, then I just request you to do it at least 3 days, this kind of practice, so you can feel it, how its mind is kind of going into slowly and subtle and subtle and subtle. And then you need the Vajrayana Nangsi Tangyam Chembu, the great realization of the Dzogchen or Mahamudra. That is like your glass, wear it and then put it all appearance into look it through your glass. Then it's much more, again, not just relaxing and not only releasing your stress, but also very profoundly going inside, looking your nature of mind. And then next, what you have to do here, normally you think that people are doing this, then there is one technique. What you have to do, relax your head and put your chin on chest and breathe normal. Close your eyes slowly. Right ear and right shoulder together. Okay, right ear, right shoulder together, and first, lastly, you stretch your neck, and then round and back of the head and upper back, and left ear and left shoulder, and chin on chest. So more 2 times. Other way around. and relax. And the next exercise is very, very important, okay? So, one of the session, they have been discussing about the secret, the Vajrayana secret technique. So sometime here what we are going to do, we are going to train our pelvic muscle, okay? Because when we will get one day quite old, so that time we get very, the muscle power will get also decrease. So therefore it's very important to train, okay? So so nowadays they are, okay, so what you do, stay here and hold it, tight up your pelvic muscle, okay? Tied up, 1, 2, 3, and release, okay? Tied up. Release. Tied up. Release. Tied up. Oglung Tamba. And release. Tied up. And release. Relax your lower back. See, this exercise looks very simple, but you feel it very powerful in your lower back. So, okay, now we stand up. Please come here. So you sit, feet together, stand, and then take the shoulder back and chest in front. Okay, relax. And inhale. Inhale, up, stretch, stretch, exhale. If you want, you can close your eyes. Actually, the beginner meditator, you should close and you feel it more easily, your sensations. Vajra fist, put on your shoulder and put together. Relax your shoulder, okay? Inhale. Up, up, up. Exhale. And relax. And then 1.5 feet Stand with. Okay. When you sit here and bring your hip in front and chest in front, so inhale, look at face up, and 3 times breathe here, okay? Filled up your rib cage. Other way around. And feet together. So make sure you don't fold the back. Okay, put it like hand like this, and then lean on the back. First, bring your lower body in front, and then go back. And in front, so now hand like this, and lean, go L shape. Okay, head, look it in front, and 3 times. And bend your knees, and put your stomach on thigh and hand by side feet, and sit on your shin muscle. Okay, and inhale up and sit down. Okay, now sit. Oh yeah, okay. Hand in front, inhale. Exhale. Catch your shin bone or toes. So look it straight. Exhale. Touch your chin on chest. Inhale up. So I'm sure you are feeling how you are stiff your lower back. Exhale. And then hand the back and relax. Okay, then stand up, feet together, and cross here, Also, only this exercise you can do it if you don't have time. So here, inhale, exhale. Don't bend your knees. Inhale up. Inhale. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. And relax. Close your eyes. Feel the sensation. Relax. So this exercise is very good to taking out your depressed anger, so much thought which you are holding here. And the technique, look at, when you move this down, up, and maybe I think this exercise, those who are studying physiotherapies, I'm sure they like it. So the movement and this is very great art to how you can release your negative emotions. And here we use mantra ha. And can you say Om? Now say it, ha. Om. Ha. What is different? One is, which one is in? Om. And which one is out? Ha. That's why neurology, meditator, psychology, always they suggest you to laugh. Because when you laugh, the ha sound comes. So ha sound is one of the great nature healing sound. Okay? Then when you get relaxed, when you yawn, you feel so relaxed. What sound comes? See? Not Om. Ha. So even though when you feel something, you are coming from your office, then you see your couch and you put it all the things there, you sit there and ha sound. So that's why ha is very important mantra to release or destroy it, your holding things. And here, those Mahasiddha are using this nature healing technique, but they add it little more, because we are too stiff. That's why they said, now do it. It's called hakyuk. Hakyuk means vomiting ha. So you just don't say like ha, but you should vomit like ha. Okay? Yes. Ha. Okay. You must feel that you are really taking breath from your chest and heart level. Okay? Okay. We do one more. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale up. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. In. Okay, now we go one more further steps. So we create so many nests based on our culture, religious, many things. We created so much dualistic thought, good and bad, right and left. So now look at. So can you tell me, am I sitting at the center? There is a text in 𝐁𝐡𝐮, 𝐿 촉당 절비 샤예강. It says, great place without any having destination. So it's kind of contradicting with our concept. There is a palace, but you can't describe any directions. So these are sentences. You can go into that ultimate state by saying it, but sometimes without saying it, just do it with the practice, this half practice. And when you throw it, not only bringing out the stress or depress, but also destroyed all the dualistic things, okay? Then again, when I said rest, so very much individual, you can rest by enjoying sensation, but also those have a high realization also go into the high level of the practice or aware of the 𝐷𝐽𝐺, okay? So again, focus to dualistic thought to destroy it in. And relax. Okay, please have a seat. And this practice, you have to begin with the Guru Yoga and then Bodhicitta, okay? So I think Guru Yoga, I'm sure most of you are doing Guru Yoga practice, but very simply, I will guide here one, and just keep it very still, and then we say Om, we read Om Hum Shri. Om breath, while you are reciting Om, and feel the blessing of the Guru's Bodhi blessing, was empowerment we call, and speech blessing, secret empowerment, and Hum, wisdom empowerment, and feeling the blessing of the Guru's heart, and Hri, you dissolve the Guru's into you, and it become one, you and yourself with the Guru, okay? So just say, recite together, okay? Deep inhale. And having engaging, falling into Guru's heart and relax. When thought comes, any kind of something, noticing color or any, that thought transform into love and compassion. So after that you recite sentence of the Bodhicitta, or you can recite 4 immeasurable like Nam ga dai nyambe samjan tamje dewa dai deve kyo dai dambare kyo je dongan dai dongare je kyo dan ravare kyo je dongai me be dewa damba dai min ravare kyo je nyeren cha dai ni dan rave After that, you can start the practice, okay, which I lead. At the end, we dedicate. So please dedicate our merit for all sentient beings. Thank you. Have some questions? Maybe I'll take it 3 questions. Thank you, Rinpoche. Rinpoche, should I speak in English or in Tibetan? So you said that when we chant Om, we should receive the blessings of Guru's body. So where should we visualize Guru? Should we visualize in front sky before? Thank you very much. Rinpoche, is this the exercise from 𝐁𝐡𝐮? Yeah, 𝐁𝐡𝐮, but I'm not using those sentences. So, sometimes you have to teach them sentence, let them memorize, so it takes. So I think it's not missing big. So I just teach Om Hum Ri, and then at least there is a saying in English, laughing is better than crying. So some teacher, they said, oh, you can't remember this, you can't read this, or now I'm not teaching. So in the West, when you travel, and there are so who really seek those kind of practice, but they don't have time to memorize those texts. And so I just teach this very simple, practical. The most important that you have to engage with the meanings and practice. Thank you so much, Rinpoche.
Thank you, Rinpoche. My question is, when someone is having either Ninglung or Soklung, and you're having them touch into that, are you actually accessing the Gengir Lung to release it?
Yes, this exercise with Ha exercise, and also very gently to doing this kind of breathing. You will feel it here, something, then slowly going more upper and upper. So these two exercises very useful. When I have some people who has this issue, I teach them. But especially this second, this is very easy. But this, it takes a little while to manage to come here.
So would you say that you're scooping from the Soklung and then sending up through the Gengir?
I felt like when you do it, I felt like, in the text language, let's say opening heart chakra, but just when you look at your feeling, it's like something pulling up inside. Doing soft massage in your chest level, that's how you feel it. That's you have to teach.
Lasso.
Okay, so thank you. Lasso.